This one. Industry 4.0, factory of the future. Write these words down. These are words that you will come across in your travels, your meet your customers. Factory of the future, industry 4.0, AI, robotics, correct.
If you don't want me to make public, let me know. I will just post it there.
Yeah, I must remember that. So, now going into pelletizing. Because we are producing 1 million bottles an hour. How do we transport it? We have to pack it. We have to store it. Pellet. And what are they doing now? The robot is creating a layer. We program this. We program the robots to create a layer. And each layer must be created a certain way to give it stability. Stability to transportation. This in the middle is called an interlayer pad. Okay? And the interlayer pad provides the most stability. Your pattern, for example, if I gave you lots of these cups, and I said you stack them all 1 meter high, will fall. But if I said make one layer and then interlock it and then interlock it, you can stack it all the time. But you said all straight up, it will fall. This is what we are doing. We have gaps in here, which allows you see this layer and see this layer. This layer is opposite of that layer. This is the same as this. Can you see? So we are stabilizing. Right. Then you can stack it 2 meters high. But even if you have 5 guys to stack this panel, how will it stack 2 meters high? Not possible. So it makes it efficient. And that, in essence, is a complete line for beer, for beverage and water. Yes, yes, coming.
What's the minimum quantity that this measure? And is there another machine that will let's have all this process at the same time?
There's lots of different companies in the world that make different types of lines. Obviously, Nigeria, yes, we have lots of Seaway and Lacasera and all those kinds of. That's high speed.
I'm talking about very don't produce now. There's some people that are into this global and all this. They would really like something like this very high, but you don't have the capacity to produce this fast.
Sorry, Amit, let me answer.
That's why I said that's how I started. I said, do you have what you call a complex? When you start, it says complex is the biggest complex in Africa. See, I tell you what, say you take one bottle, and I say 1 million naira. If you have 1 million naira, you make 1 bottle. Let's say you make 10,000. You take 10,000. Everything for a price. Coke factory is designed specifically for that. I want to make a big cola. My name. Go to Coke. Why? I don't have to invest in a complete line. I want 10,000. Remember over 6 months. No problem. Yeah, exactly. This is what I showed you now with Shonda. They are the biggest Coke factory in Africa. They produce for this. They produce Coca-Cola, 7, Pepsi, for me, for you, for every single brand. So you don't need to invest in the machinery, the cocoa. They have it already.
You give them ingredients and
You tell them house and they will make it. You see, the ingredients now becomes a very important because for Coca-Cola, they will supply you the ingredient. 7-Up, Pepsi, they supply it. All it has is the Coke. You don't know what it is. If you walk through their plant and you look at all the ingredients, it has a number. I don't know it's Coke, I don't know it's Pepsi, I don't know anything. Only when you scan it, they know. And they say, this is how much you fill, this is how much water. That's common knowledge. How you make the flavor, they develop the food. didn't develop the flavor, didn't develop the intrinsic. You go to a company like KD's. KD's are a flavor company, one of the biggest in the world. Go to KD's, they make a flavor too. I want the banana flavored water. I like banana, and I think banana flavored water is the way to go. Okay, so banana flavored water. I go to make it, I go to KD's, I get the ingredients, the intrinsic, I do the strong cut, Mr. John, please make it for me. Minimum more than 10,000. So if a co-pack is designed to, don't check it out. When you don't have economies of scale and you don't have the facility, you don't have the mind to plan, so I advise a lot of our, we get inquiries every day with companies coming to us and saying, I mean, I have a brand, I want to start up a brand, but money is not good. I don't have 10 million work plan. Go to Mr. Dell, he will go back and forth. And these imperial beverages. Imperial beverages that give an import. They go to Canada, they get to you want cans? They make for cheese. There's lots of things happening in the industry that you're unaware of. But I'm saying the absolute truth. You're just not aware of it. That's why we have this bid. Before me, they use food. Okay.
Jobs. Almost. We take jobs from the people because
I've never seen a robot coming to my office that takes some job.
what I'm saying now, in advanced countries,
Let me stop with this. Let me stop with it. If I have a guy, and I shoot you, the guy kills you, or I kill you. Guns don't kill people, people kill people. Robots will do their job. Industry and the advancement of technology allows the robot to have a place. It's not for the society. It's not just to take a job. AI is not just to take it away from you. You need to make yourself relevant. If you are irrelevant, then you will never ever. Whether you have a job today, you have a job tomorrow, you made yourself irrelevant. You made yourself disposable.
I also want to add something.
Robots will take jobs.
My experience in the business, when I was Russian manager, people who went to school never lost their job. Those who were just working on the line, were just workers. So it wasn't efficient. At times they would sleep up on the line. So that cost for doing something different. We got lines, new lines that we pack and bundle and put into the parts. So who left? Those who didn't make themselves.
Who do you want to learn? Who do you want to
No, good ones, we never
You see, in every society, in every country, and it's not unique to Nigeria, I'm South African. Guys, but the basic place you have South African. What is difference? What is South African? Now, the masses are threatened by what? Something they don't understand. Robots just get people. Nobody will come into your house and see your wife. Why do you love robots? You know, moving the market, people are making excuses towards their two. People make excuses to be the of the robots.
we work and we work.
Guys, I think this will be, I'm going to make this and tell you right now. The line of thinking is changed.
Yes.
Right?
I think you have to track
I'm not saying
because
that
your grandparents are tracking. There's no need to use a car. Why do you use a car?
my grandfather came from India, great grandfather came from India to South Africa on a ship. Next time we go to India, on the ship. No, it took us 6 months to adapt. How long? Okay. But the guy who made the plane, the guy that built the plane, the man making the ship said, hey, the plane is here to take my job. No, ship still has the place. What is it? Plane has the place. Advancement of technology is advancement of technology. We need to evolve with the time. If you believe that a robot is here to do your job, I'm telling you right now, if you change your mindset, you will be a dinosaur and the whole world will move forward. We are here to teach you. And something I will force you. There are some things as a teacher, as a lecturer, I will force you to agree with me.
Yes, let me even say so.
What's your opinion? I say I will force you and I will force it because you have to start thinking that way. If you think, yeah. You know, I heard a lecture in Nigeria 2 years ago. I think you who made the paper milk, who made the paper, and she would say, they must bring back the post office in Nigeria. You remember that? The lady who had the paper milk, you know, everything is very efficient in Nigeria. They must bring back the post office. And I'm thinking, that's wrong with things. Everything is electronic. Why not to bring back the must I now write a letter, give it, go to the post office, put a stamp, and take it 3 days later? Who got time for that? I don't know time for that. I said, your email takes us to do it now. Why are you taking us, Nigeria, 200 million people? If this lady drives her agenda, post office come back. I'm telling you, you're on there. How will anything be productive? You have to stop thinking like that and start moving ahead. Because with 200 million people, trust me, in the next 5 years, it will be 220. So the post office, it's only 220. So imagine what you are going to not get. You cannot think like that because the bigger the population, you need more robots. 1 billion people in China, they have the robots. They have the most number of robots there. Why? What is this job? You need to advance. You need to understand technology. You need to start technology. Some things are possible. I want you to change your mindset. That's what you do before. One mission, let's move. We are not here to stay 20 years ago. Not here to open post office. We are not here to open post office. You need to start moving. The movement of nation, the movement of goods, you know, we talk about supply chain. Supply chain is not just moving your product, Coca-Cola from here to Ogun State. Supply chain also the movement of information. How am I moving my information from here to Ogun State? By writing a letter, going to the post office, and you get one you get. I have to force you to change. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Only for beverages, it's also for supplements.
So I think you like it, okay. So spices. I think there's a company called Vital Foods. Vital.
In Agiding, Vital.
That's it. It's perfect. The lady and her father, but what's I forget the name now. Vital Foods. They cook. I think
Ahmed also VOC food. For VOC food, you can also assist small businesses.
Small things. They have sachet police. They have quite a few.
All they just do that this product is packaged in this factory. You need issue of even after. You don't need the regulatory agency because that factory has been certified. So, but they will take much of the profit. This is where people will, because they have invested heavily. And they don't. So they do not want you to then come and compete with them in business. So they put a price.
Not really. Look, Vital doesn't operate in the market as a like for example, Strongpack. The business model is co-packer, but they have their own brand like Ansi Cola. Vital same thing. The principal model is co-packer, but they have their own brand. So they will obviously want to co-pack its primary objective because they don't have the time.
On most occasions, most companies have excess capacity. When they have excess capacity, you tell them when you want to come. What is that?
It's called contract manufacturing.
Contract manufacturing.
Yes. Even pharmaceutical companies, they do it also. Yes.
Okay. So, does it answer your question? So, let's get into Coca-Cola. So, Coca-Cola Hellenic, and I will keep this local. We want you to see what's happening in your market. I can show you what's happening in the whole world, but I need you to see what's happening in your market. Looks familiar? Things are moving in Nigeria. Things are moving very, very fast. Nigeria is found that you guys have had the fastest lines in Africa, fastest manufacturing line by Segal in store, as well as the biggest automated warehouse in Africa, and the first. All done here in Nigeria. 65,000 bottles per hour. Same process I showed you earlier, but this is Coca-Cola. So you can I want you to identify the brand and you see the product, how it's made, but same system. Flow molder, rinser, filler, capper. Okay? Labeler, shrink wrapper, palletizer. Exactly the same. One was RC Cola, Coca-Cola, water, same process. Okay? CSD, carbonated soft drink. You get the word CSD, carbonated soft drink. RB, returnable bottle. NRB, non-returnable bottle. Write these words down. This is what you're going to come across. All right? 20 different SKUs, meaning 250 ml, 300, 330, 65, 750, 1 liter, shrink wrapper, case packer, palletizer, exactly the same. This is Coca-Cola. This is not some graphic design. Eh? This is the actual line. It's not animated or AI generated or whatever. This is the exact line that you go to the factory. This is the robot. It's making a. Now tell me something. You want to put a man in the this? Now tell me at 50, okay, at 65,000 bottles per hour. How many men? Yeah, but you see where I'm going. You see where I'm going.
It is then like mechanized farming. Compared to the traditional home based.
So you see that where I'm going. You have to make, but you see, you need bands with robot. That's when you become relevant. You have to now extend your conveyor. You have to make it longer. You have to make it wider. You need the robot to be able to maneuver around to make the pattern. So yes, nice and good. But at 65,000 bottles per hour, how many guys did you get with what space? So the place, it has a place. For sure, everything has a place, but we are increasing our capacity. I have a lot of customers here locally who palletize money. I won't mention names. Whether you're for Harcourt, whether you are in Lagos, you do not have a shortage of labor. The problem is this: when the product is coming out at that speed, and you could have 20, 30, 50 people to palletize, you don't have space. And unfortunately, they say it's inefficient. The product starts lying on the floor, it gets damaged, and they are still trying to palletize. So it has its place. It has its place. Increased productivity. These robots are made by Fanuc, Fanuc, and you get different types of palletizing. So that was another bottling plant. Then I want to show you.
Have you done the previous one with bottles? With the bottles, making bottles?
What?
The previous way the factory was in those days, the breakable bottles, the kind of.
Wow, good question. I wonder if I can even find something. When it was fully manual. I'll leave it to you to search for it, and then you give me the link and we'll share it. How's that? And then we look at now, moving forward, we spoke about, I gave you two words, factory of the future, industry 4.0. Another partner of ours, Electric 80, out of Italy, one of our very close partners. We have just finished. Sorry guys, I don't know what I've done with the screen. You want to pause it for me, please? I'm trying to get to the point.
Not the lines, is it?
Yeah.
They are coming from Zoom, huh?
Why is it? If anyone knows how to clear this markout, please let me know. Okay. Yeah, all right. Okay. So, as I was saying to you earlier, as we move forward, we've done our manufacturing line, right? The process. What did I say earlier? The market demands, the population, the need, market demands that we use faster, quicker, whatever. Now, part of that is we say the faster you produce, the more you produce, the more automated you can be. That's what we use, automated. Product industry 4.0, robotics and faster manufacturing process has allowed for what we made in Nigeria now, also from that, it's called automated warehouse. So that's AGV and LGV. LGV, laser guided vehicle. Beam of light, beam of light.
There are two topics to cover today.
Yeah.
I'll finish the one on automation. It's talking about processing now. Check the timetable.
So for part of processing, we say that you process manufacture faster, quicker. Part of that will be automation, industry 4.0. Part of that is warehousing storage. You have to store, you keep your goods. Whatever, sometimes you make a canned food, for example. It needs 24 hours, 40 hours to allow the product to expand on top. Like a textile, like a milk-based products, or to make sure there's no leakage, there's no spoil. So laser guided vehicles and an automated one. So where we are now with our warehousing, electricity out of Italy, you can feel free to use these web links if you want to see it. Is in order to be more efficient and faster, we now don't have robots anymore. We have automated guidance systems where the heister and the forklift unmanned. But it's a thing. 100% sustainability, no zero carbon footprint or low carbon footprint. P4 first very, very high patterns, 6, 8, 5. That's not possible. You've got the first one in Africa installing somewhere. Very, very similar to this. Material planning process more than familiar with the brand? Donna? The biggest bottle is so what happens when the product comes out, it goes to another machine supply the labor. When you put labor and stick it on, it takes the clock. Right? That's called flexibility. Take the picture, that picture goes into your CRM and it tells you where the time is. From 15 and 8, number 35. When you want to request to the warehouse, start with it. Automatic. The entire thing is automatic, automated. This is one of the biggest beer manufacturers in the world. Yeah. So there's a control. He monitors the entire process to make sure that the robots, the vehicles are doing exactly what lights and see people that this is one system. The next vehicle will pass it like that. My favorite pasta in the world. So I have to show you this. Unfortunately, I can't show you a video of what's happening at Strongpack because they haven't officially launched it. So that's why I'm not doing that here. But I will invite you to our session after where I didn't show. Barilla, one of the best pastas in the world, if you like pasta like me. And simplicity. And you can see the color chart here. It's the length of this road from here to the high point. Okay. Imagine how tiring it would be if people had to go and take the product from here to and come back and go back and come back and hey, I have to go to hey, I have to do this. Go back, come back. Now go for lunch. Stop. As you walking all the way. So it's inefficient. And that's why we have robots, to palletizing system, different conveyors. You saw the conveyor there? Conveyors. I want you to have an appreciation of what automation, line engineering does. There's palletizing area, automated high-density warehouse, end-of-line area, packaging material warehouse. This is where your packaging material is. No, inbound, that's retrieving, manufacturing, driving storage area, pallet control area. Why? You need millions of pallets. That's good. End of line, where you have the palletizer, tree trapper, case trapper, and then your warehouse. See how well architectured it is. It's articulated towards the detail of manufacturing goes into this. I want you to have an appreciation for what they are doing in the world. Where we need to get to. And let me tell you, and that is why I started off with the videos for Sidal from Coca-Cola and Shonkai. We are not far off. Don't ever think we in deep down Africa and we don't know what's going on. We are leading this. Nigeria is leading a lot of the market growth now. Just that you're not aware of it. But be proud that we are making it happen. It's not only Europe. In Africa, we're making it happen. You're just not aware. That is why you do these courses. That is why you must see what's happening in the world. Educate yourself. 50,000. Strong pack, I think it's 28. Okay, and then we were saying the conveyor system. This is a spiral conveyor. I want to show you this. So you're aware of what exists in the world. Conveyor. I need to take goods from here. See this conveyor here. It's running high level. Goods are coming out from somewhere inside the factory, from production. See the boxes here. It's coming out. I need to take it from here to here. How do I take it? Spiral conveyor. Because I don't have space. I can bring it down an incline. I can decline it because I need it from there. What do? I take the high conveyor and I'll make it like that, looking straight to the floor. Right, up until it gets here. Let's see how much space I use. So what I do, I take it from here and I drop it down. Spiral conveyor. It's not about line efficiency. Line efficiency. Utilizing a minimum space as possible to make it as fast as possible. That's how we create spiral conveyor. See, the boxes coming out. Can you see this? Those are spiral conveyors, all of them. Those boxes coming from the top floor. It used to get to the palletizer. Imagine if I had, these are 15 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. Each one does 2 pallets, 24 pallets at one time. And 24 lines need to come down from the top floor to the bottom floor. How much of space would I need to drop 24 lines if I use only a gravity conveyor? Oh, football. From the spiral conveyor, I drop it straight down. That is what line engineering, machinery, processing is all about. You make it faster, you make it efficient, you drop your carbon footprint, you make it safe for the people, safe for your community, safe for the planet. You've done your job, and you've done it well. Same robots, Farouk, in Japan, they're probably the best robots in the world for me. I really like that. Let's see how many lines, production lines. Can you see it? Coming from the top floor, spiral conveyor into each individual robot. You with me? Isn't that impressive? It's amazing, eh? And we do it here in Nigeria also. We do it here in Nigeria. 7 production lines. 14. It just goes on and on and on. You see the shape of the pallet? Each law, interlocking, labels, identification, for traceability. Traceability, food products. Why traceability? You need to make sure that your ingredients, everything meets your standards. That's a global standard. That's the standard for export. You, eh? Sorry, I didn't get this. Okay. Gorilla is the biggest pasta manufacturer in the world. I only eat Gorilla. I've been spoiled. It's the best pasta. Okay, with due respect to flour mills and everybody else, I just say, for me, because I grew up eating it. And it stands testament of people inside the factory, the cleanliness of the factory, it's world-class manufacturing. It's you see how many lines it's absolutely. Pallet factory we spoke about, how you structure pallets, stability, all of that. It's got a docking station to charge. So it's a lithium-ion battery, just like your cell phone. Same battery. Let's see the scale of the battery. Pallet control, so it brings in the empty pallets, scans the pallet, it adjusts the pallet, make sure the pallet is damaged, make sure the forks can go through, broken edges. So that is fact. See how high it can stack. Brings in empty, brings in the finished goods, raw ingredients, moves it across, and that's your. And from here too, see that? See, it's making it quick. Think of everything before. Everything automated. You see one thing, one thing missing. There's something that's missing from this entire video. Okay? The entire video, the list was still up. Yeah, okay. Yeah. But where you should have had 100 people, 200 people. Yeah, also. Yeah.
It is not with them if they are need something. And you look at these people. One of them. small business all the tobacco the farmers go not enough from people. I go to free dinner here. They tell me sorry, I didn't have can go to shop tomato factory because of you are here. So somebody cannot come and set up the factory and then you don't have the material. But people come together as have mass production. Otherwise, we will not be able to. I say, we'll take you one bag. They go to the airport, they say, one is not a so, brings the 40 container carry and take it to. If you reach the market, you walk inside the mall to get to the office. It's a small place, but it's really a massive job. You see, first, the mindset has to change. If the mindset does not change, you're going to try to remain in one small corner. Is one, those who are familiar with that, yesterday you will have cloaking room, you have raw material, so you have finished goods store, they make all the list. What did Victor do? We take one room and he partition it into 7. One bedroom, he partition it to 7. You label each one. Your cloaking room is a place you squeeze. If you see the place in front of his office where they pick the letter, you don't believe that he is that same person. Talking about education, it was only a primary school, leaving school certificate he had. He went to learn welding. After he learned welding, the day he graduated and traveled, he had an accident. And he came back. As an old adult, he was in the Igbo market grinding machine, selling Ogbono and Egusi. Today, he will tell you that Ogbono and Egusi have made it. They know him. So when you have a different mindset that you can be, you don't need to build an office as big as SBA to begin to ship. Because we need, yes,
We used to actually 3 people on IC John. I think you remember that. 3 people, IC John. 10 years, 15 years ago?
yes.
3 people. So 3 people. We started in Nigeria.
We don't like coming together, combining everything together to start business. If you go outside here, you see that it's friends, classmates, who gather together, who come together, and start something. But that's what's lacking in Nigeria.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, there's I'll tell you what's happening in the industry right now in Nigeria. There's companies from Switzerland, from Denmark, international companies, coming into your country with what? How? How? They come into the country. Are you okay? So there are companies, international companies, that are coming into Nigeria with cows. The company bringing 20,000 cows to Nigeria. You're telling me all of this land you have, nobody got a cattle farm. What? There are so many opportunities in Nigeria. I walked around one day.
The day they brought the cows from from Houston, this cow bed. They brought cows. The cows they were bringing were pregnant. I was at the airport that day. Everybody was just watching.
Oh, you were there?
Yes, they came by flight. People were shouting. They bring cow by flight, but they didn't know what they were doing. So one cow that came in was doubled.
Yeah.
They took them to somewhere in the Kitty or whatever. I mean, it was a huge project. It's not as if we cannot do it, but we have to think differently. We are not here thinking as yeah.
Yeah, today, those cows are not there. Insecurity. They lost it. So, I'm listening to your submission, and my submission. And I want to say that I live in tall dream, to be very honest. However, you know, we have the problem of synergy or collaboration in this country. So the only solution we have now, I was actually to say something about Opaka. Yeah. And then you mentioned the problem of like that. So I want a situation whereby you project some of these co-packers, their names and everything, their details, so that at our own individual level, we can engage them and see how we can sensitize some of these SMEs who are told them and
that is a different conversation. One with me, that is why we are consultants. That is why we are consulting. The scope of this was not to give you a market. There's a difference between giving a market and teaching you. So we are teaching you now, you're not asking to teach you a market. So if you want the market, you then begin.
I think it's very exciting with modern school.
I'll give you another scenario. 4 weeks ago, or maybe about 4 months ago, there's a lady who is involved in making spices. How did I get to know her? I met her in Cuba. She was first in hijab. The first impression you have, you don't know how knowledgeable she is. She was swimming in Alabama, doing her spice business. Somebody from UK who had never known her before bought a flat in Maryland. I'm talking about Maryland here. You know how expensive it is inside and next thing. The day they commissioned it, I was there. They never knew it, but the woman was buying spices from her. The woman that was buying spices, you know, the family what she was buying. So she invested in that. They came, invited us, TV, everybody were there. We're seated by saying, look, she's meeting that woman for the first time. She bought a 3-bedroom flat in Maryland. She now make a restaurant on the ground floor. So she friends. I think if you chat with me, I will give you an Instagram handle. She even invited somebody from the US who is now a social media handler on Instagram. It is not rocket science. It depends on who you are following. There are a few people that you follow. Look, how did I get to know Amit? I met Amit through Kishan. He was a trainer. And then see what he did. I'm not paying for this. If I were paying for this today, I know what it will cost. So first, you need to build that network. You need to have the sincerity, and then move on. It is not anything very difficult. It is a setting. So for these SMEs that are starting, first, you need to give them that knowledge. That is what we are doing here now. A lot of things that are happening here. Look, this is one of my students. That one is another of my students. He's an engineer. Many years he worked in there from our back. He then entered into production. He went to work in Nampa. From Nampa, after he finished the training, he's now supply chain director in Swifa. You see how it is. But there are people who are still struggling to get to that level. By the time you sit at a particular level, than what they used to sell rice in Dalicon markets is not a story that they are telling me. The story I do very well. But look at when he puts himself. He was the owner of Liberty Merchant Bank. When he then knew he didn't have money, he decided to leave the bank and then set up business. He's not owner of the money. People have invested in him. He started cement, came to my parent company, Cement, to come and take Cement 9 that was pumping cement in Port Harcourt. First, grow your network, have the knowledge. A lot of us run into it without the knowledge. The training, people do not understand why it is important to invest in knowledge. When you say education, it's not only going into school. People think when you say education, to go to university, a lot of the lecturers that are there, well educated, they cannot even fix their car.
No practical knowledge. They themselves
Yes, you see an electrical engineer professor, he calls somebody to come and fix his light in his house. That is the type of knowledge we have, and that is the type we do not have. In my house, I fix all my house, I do all my electric, I do my plumbing. But you see, you get to level also that some of them you then have to invite people again. So for you in this place, by the time you go back to the places you're going to, the people that are there, the first part you need to put to them is to give them that knowledge. And then when there's need, then fall down to the people that are well knowledgeable in it. Sometimes when I tell people you have to pay consultants, they then start to run. And I said, look, if you take your goods from here and you just see it in UK or US, you know how much we lost. Then they need to think differently. You saw the lady who is doing Akarachi became the lady. You see, from how many years we met, she has now enrolled in the 1-year diploma in packaging technology course. So I mean, you go because somebody will tell you, okay, thank you. Because we got account, so thank you. Yes.
You want to connect to the?
No, you can't. You are still connected on. There's somebody else who's going to.
Yeah.
There's somebody who's connecting
I can leave it
online.
on. Yeah, I can.
So
You want to leave it on?
Yes, you leave it on, and then we can use your screen. Yeah.
I hope I'm going to get this.
To an extent, some of them have some from them that you might not be able to. We will try the ones we can give you. Yeah. Yeah.
What did that say? What did that say?
I don't know the cost synopsis and
There you go.
that was do that, you know.
There's nothing else to look at.
Something that we might keep professional out there. But by the time of manage to add for 2 islands, I don't think them to see somebody else.
Okay, tell me what from here do you want? Because there's nothing that I presented to you that everything was on YouTube or videos. Everything I spoke of wasn't from a slide.
Yes.
Everything I spoke of wasn't from a slide. There's nothing to show you, nothing to give you. Yeah, so you tell me what you want and I guess you but yes.
Get your business card, no? I think the first thing he did was he gave you a business card.
I get
That thing he did when he entered here, he gave you a business card. So, any other thing from now? No, sir.
I said so the first one is free.
Yes.
At such forum like this, easy to engage with. So let's don't say you know that many
Tell you, let's drive. If you like it, you come and pay. I didn't hear that before. Because whatever you're testing is trying to. Yes, it's the one.
You like to just spend it? Would like to SME? Like that is why you help you.
50 years learning, you know, I didn't send me to school. I didn't enjoy it.
I know Musabe now over 10 years. I met you in Johannesburg, the first time you came to Johannesburg.
Yeah.
With Kenya as well. Oh no, they came after. You were the first one, eh?
Yeah.
And Musabe was brave enough alone.
How do we project this? This is not coming on your screen, huh?
So you TV. Oh, only can maybe just.
Yes.
Okay. That's no. I mean, go.
And then you are not coming back. Okay, I think we'll be here maybe up to 5, yeah? Because tea is going to take about 2 hours now. Yeah.
So my guys are here. So when you take a break, you go to the roof. The weather is not great. You may see the fire in the repair from the roof.
Okay.
The taxi is running in the middle.
Okay.
There's a factory burning.
Local.
Mega plastics.
We need those views. We need those views to us.
Just make sure of my I'm just tell me WhatsApp, phone and WhatsApp. Okay.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. He said to we don't have the time to move about. Hello, can you hear us, Jude? Salaam alaikum.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah.
How are you? I hope that everything is okay with you. I just want to check our session before lunch or after lunch on your time.
Let's go on now so that when you finish, we don't have the time. Go ahead.
Oh. Okay. Yes, okay. First of all, I would like to thank you again. It's my pleasure to be here with you. As you remember, in the first session, we are talking about the introduction about packaging, what's the meaning of packaging, what's the function of packaging, and in the same time, we summarized that, if you can remember, that we said there is three major function of packaging, which is legal function, marketing, and also functional function for the packaging. In the first session, we covered all the issue related to the level of packaging, smart packaging, and what's the packaging material, and what things that we all have to take in our consideration when selecting packaging material to preserve, to protect, to extend shelf life, to keep the product safe during transportation and handling, to ensure that when I deliver my product for my client, it will be good and protective. Now, today, during the next 2 hours, we will talk about two main topics. The first is the importance of packaging as a marketing tool, and the other is the labeling regulation, what's have to be written on the label. Let us start with the importance of packaging as a marketing tool. We can't separate marketing and packaging. They all working together to give us innovative and satisfied packaging. We have to think always about marketing issues when selecting our packaging material. You remember this chart from the last session? We said there is, as I said, three main function or objective for packaging. The first is a legal, functional, marketing tool. And as I said, we covered the functional issues related to the protection, prolonged shelf life, quality preservation, and food safety, and facilitate transportation and handling. About the marketing tool, we have to think on the packaging in this way: how we can make our packaging attractive, promotive, and facilitate purchase decision and differentiation for our product. In this training or in this session, we will not go through how to select our a client or what's the target market. All of this issue we already did in the marketing study. Before working with any company, they have to do their homework and know exactly who's their target market, when and where and why they will buy our product. And packaging consultants, we have to support this company or all the company to make their packaging attractive and promote, as I said, and all of these points that you have see already on the presentation. The main thing that I need to mention here, that there is a tips how to make my package is attractive. This is what we want to discuss today. How to make our packaging attractive. What is the tips that I have to follow to have the appearance and this eye-catching packaging on the shelf. As we all know, and I know that a lot of you are already have a background in packaging, and those 2 or 3 days about the packaging, and you all know that when I decide to buy product for the first time, many research said that it takes less than 3 seconds to make a decision to buy or to pick up a product from the shelf. A lot of people say, oh, no, it's a very short time. I think I took more than 3 seconds, but please think it in the other way. This is a decision to buy a product for the first time. That means there is something attracted me to buy this product. Packaging affects 75% of the decision of the customers to buy a new product, and we all have the same behavior. Let's say when I go for a supermarket to buy, for example, shampoo, I have brands and I'm loyal for this brand, but when I go for the supermarket, I didn't find my preferred shampoo. So in this case, I have to select other brand for me. There is a many criteria that I followed when I decide to change my shampoo. One of them, for example, that I will go for a small sample of a new product. I said, okay, I will take this small sample, I will try it, and if it's okay, I will come back and buy the big one, for example. Other client decided to buy a new product depending on the graphic design that it have. Other depending on the consistency of the brand, and it gives you a feeling that this is a strong brand according to the perfect design and perfect information on the shampoo. Other clients or other consumer decided to buy shampoo, for example, according to the easy of use of this product. Yes, it have a nice opening and easy opening, and I can put small portion from this bottles. All of these criteria that I mentioned, all of them related to packaging. Because of that, we said packaging affects 75% of the decision for the consumer. Because of that, we are, as a manufacturer, as a producer, we have to think deeply what our clients needs to get the chance to attract him and buy our product from the shelf. I always said that packaging is my silent salesman. It's team of salesmen I want to put on the shelf. As we always said, when I say for the guys, the sales manager, for example, in my company, tomorrow you have very important meeting with a valuable client, so you have to wear a beautiful and nice shirt, for example, and you have to shave and put a nice perfume. Those because I need my salesman to be very attractive when he go for his client. Exactly what I need from my packaging, because I said that always package is a brand ambassador, package is my silent salesman who can sales our product for many clients in different markets. Now, as I said, the importance of packaging as a marketing tool. If this packaging is attraction, promotion, facilitate purchase decision, and differentiation. We always, when we start working with any company who need a packaging consultation, we go through many steps. The first step, they have to do their market research. Either they do their market research by our team, or they contracted third-party company to make market research for them to give us a list of custom segmentation, where, when, what, why, all of these questions that will be answered in the market research and give us a customer segmentation, because we need to understand the customer need according to understanding the needs. We design a packaging elements. Now, during the presentation, we will say what's the packaging elements, how it's the packaging elements, how they are changing from market to other. Because of that, it's important to know and design the packaging elements according to all the data from the market research. After that, we will find self-appeal with innovative packaging. Innovative packaging, now here's the main role of the packaging consultant, branding consultant, and graphic design, who are working on packaging design to give us innovative packaging. After going with this chain of steps, let's say, we all know that we can't start our product or our launching our product without have strong branding. In this case, or in this training, I will not go through the meaning of branding, because all of you already aware about the meaning of branding, about branding. As you can see in this video, we already really exhausted from the brands that we see every day.
3,500 brand messages every day.
Let's discuss after the video.
Clock radio goes off. It's tuned to National Public Radio. I grab my oral media, fresh toothpaste on it, take a shower with Irish Spring, use some bowl of Cheerios, get in my Jetta, and of course, drive to Starbucks. Then I get to work, Dell computer, NEC monitor, Windows operating system with an Intel Core 2 Duo processor inside. And then there's the counter daily. Energizer batteries, Robert Mondavi 1, DirecTV, CNN, Green Bay Packers. We live in a brand saturated world. That's why it's so important for your brand to stand out. But what is a brand? A brand represents people's gut feelings about your organization. Another way to say it is that your brand equals your reputation. We use brands as a form of mental shorthand. We create brands to summarize our attitudes about basically everything, whether that be people, places, or things. Brands represent all the things that pop into our minds when we think about a company or its products. For instance, Walmart is known for its low prices and wide selection. If I say Las Vegas, a subconscious rush of memories, experiences, and associations come flooding into your brain. This is the Vegas brand. Southwest Airlines is regarded as the fun personality. Coach is associated with its high-end luxury handbags. Apple is cool, creative, stylish. How we relate to brands, it's into these impressions about them, making little mental notes about how they look, as they say and do. As time goes by, we make adjustments, amplifying some attributes while adding or deleting others. It works the exact same way with brands. Everything you do and say influences how people think about you, and every interaction is an opportunity to build your brand. Every time they see an ad, swipe their debit card, or use online banking, they are interacting with your brand. So what is your brand? Is it your name or logo or tagline or products or branches or advertising or website? Brand is all these things. These are the tools you can use to strategically shape and influence people's feelings about your organization. So ultimately, your brand can be built by what you do, what you say, the experiences you deliver every day. So what is your brand? Your brand is your promise. It's your pledge, your commitment. Your brand is what you stand for. And it is your organization's singular driving focus.
Hope that the video show us what is the different meaning of brands, and everyone in your side in the hall and everyone working on packaging consultation have his own definition for the brand. If we think about the brand in our words, that what I promise my clients, because when we talk about a product and the brand, that means there is a position for this brand in our mind. Because of that, we have to keep our brands as we promised our clients. It's very to know exactly that brands, as we said, say in the video, as we saw in the videos, it's not just a logo, name, tagline, music, website, advertisement. Yes, all of these are a part of brand, but the brand is what you promise your client and how you can keep the value of this promise. As we all know that there is a technique, a strategy to exactly know and evaluate what is the power of our brands in the market. Did the client exactly know our brands? And that they have the ability, or they have the awareness to differentiate our brands in the market. We always say that there is a matrix, this matrix called brand awareness and differentiation matrix. It's very important to know about this matrix, just for ourselves and also for the big company, to know exactly where is the position of our brand. If we look for this matrix, which is very famous, a lot of marketing people working and follow this matrix, you can say that if my brand is undifferentiated and the brand awareness is low, we can see this is a weak brand. But this weak brand can be growth and moving from the weak brands to the emerging stars, which is highly differentiated, but in the same time, they are low in a brand awareness. All of us looking forward or aim to have power brands, which is highly differentiated and high in brand awareness. Highly differentiated and high in brand awareness, that's mean in my brands, there is something is different from any other brands or competitor. This change in the brand, for sure, for the first step, it is our promise for our clients, what is the value of our brands, but also in the design and improvement and changing on the brand elements or design elements during a period of year. This is one of the things that give our brands a value to be as a power brand. Because of that, starting from the beginning of selecting my brand, I have to exactly know how I can make my brand differentiated, highly different, and at the same time, it's have to be high awareness for my brand. As you can see, there is an arrow which is from the weak, going for the emerging, going for the power brand. That's mean for your brand, you have to follow continuous improvement for your brands to keep it always in the mind of clients. A common example for this matrix, which is Unilever, for example, always published. This is one of the published that they classify their brands. As you can see, for example, Lux and Surf, which is, we all know that it is a power brand, is highly differentiated, and also the brand awareness of it's very high. And here there is a group of metrics you can also search or have any data about this matrix, and you can, for example, go and search for a big brands in Nigeria and see the difference between when this brand being differentiated on the shelf and the clients are highly awareness about this brand. This is the result of working on brands to be strong. But let us go back for the beginning of selecting the brand and brand. Also, one of the important definition or action that company do is brand recognition, which is always, we always see that there is some change on the minor, not major change. There is some minor change on the packaging or color or font of branding. As you can see, this is for dairy milk. I think more than 100 years ago, you can look for the first design for them. No one from us can remember the first design from it, I think. Brand recognition, if the product packaging change, it may alter the brand perception for the company. It doesn't mean that the consumer will not still purchase the product, but it's delay the purchase until the person is able to identify the product according to its new packaging. So we have to be very aware about changing on the brand or changing. There are a lot of company which I worked in Jordan, for example, they came after 20 years and said, okay, we need to change all of our brands. It's very, let's say, it's very risky to think it's in. They have to be aware, because changing in the brand may confuse our clients if it's the same brand or not. In this change, sometimes you have to lose some of your clients because of that. You have to keep the main font, color, message to keep your client know that there is a minor change in your brand. This minor change could be in one of the packaging design elements. What are the packaging design elements? Brand value, typography, general design, color, packaging design, information, picture, packaging material. All of these are a packaging element. We have to think of all of them carefully before selecting our packaging material. I'm always thinking about, and we have to think about what's our clients complaining from packaging. What they didn't like in packaging. I know this is an old study. It's from 2016, but it gives us an indication about what is what's the if I ask you the same question, what's the more irritating or annoying in packaging when you buy it? I'm sure if I ask you this question, most of you will answer the packaging is hard to open, which is a common problem. Why I put this survey or the result of this survey or this chart, I put it just because before selecting any design for any product, we have to think those give us a five main things that clients annoying or irritating from different packaging. 55% of the samples that we asked, they answered packaging that's hard to open, which is a big and really annoying case, especially when our client is the kids. They hate spending a lot of time in opening the product, and also if they open it in a wrong way, it will be damaged sometimes, and there is a leak, or it's not comfortable when it's hard to open. And 19% answered that excessive packaging. In this case, if we go through this answer, we will think, or we will go discover that they are complaining from a lot of packaging material used, or big size of packaging comparing with the product itself, or it's very tight for the product, so it causes damage. So 90% of the samples that we ask complaining from the different in size or more packaging using for packing the product. And 13% answer that damaged packaging, but not the item, which is give us indication about the importance of the second packaging. Sometimes the second packaging damaged, although the product inside is good, but the client didn't like to buy or refused to buy any product with second packaging damaged. Also, non-recyclable packaging, 80%, and ugly packaging. All of these answers, we have to think about it before selecting any packaging material, or before start designing any packaging material. Always have to remember the client is annoying from, for example, the hard to open. So my package have to be easy to be opened. The client is annoyed from a non-recyclable packaging. So we have to take in our consideration the sustainability issues in selecting packaging material. This feedback from clients, very important input for our designers, or for our packaging consultant. If you have a look for this example, which is when you look for it, you feel that, okay, it's very simple. Yeah, I know it's very simple, but it gives us an indication about the matrix, the matrix of selecting packaging material and opening way for different type of food. For example, there is a diversity and development in packaging design depending on the requirement of the target market. Let us take 1 or 2 or 3 examples from the 7 examples that on the screen. If I start from the first one on my left, that means the first one on your right, which is a flexible package with caps. I can open it, use it, and reclose it again. This type of packaging, if I want to pack a product which is big portion, I can't use it for one time. I need to use it many times. So you have to give for your clients easy open and reclose cap to be for this packaging. This is because it's have to be designed according to the requirement of the clients. The second one is just a metal can with the easy open caps. That means I open all the caps. I can't reclose it again. So I will use this package to pack the product that I will use it one time. I just open it and finished, and just throw the package. I can't reclose it again. This is for the first and 2. The third one, okay, I will use it for a powder product. It is a flexible package, and there is a simple and a cheaper way than the caps, because the caps are very expensive. And this is a cheaper way, just adhesive, just to close it and reuse it again. And because it is a powder, this cap, our closing area, is for packaging my product. For the fourth one, you can see the line, the cutting line in red. That means you open all the product and use it for one time. This gives me indication that the quantity in this package will be less than the package before. And for all the types of packaging that you see on the screen, everyone, if you think on it deeply, you will find, yes, it's designed to different target market, designed to different products. So if we, as I said in the beginning of this presentation, we have to do first our market research, exactly know what's list of segment market, what is their needs, and after that go for designing packaging material. Another example for selecting two types or two kinds, or for packaging material for the same product, depending on the requirement of the target market. This is Advil. We all know Advil. I'm sure that you have Advil in Nigeria, which is types of ibuprofen capsules. And this is a plastic container, contains, I think, about 20 or 15 capsules of ibuprofen capsule. But in the same times, we have a small sachet with 2 pieces. If we think deeply, why this company make 2 different packaging? Because of the needs or requirements of the target market. Sometimes I need just 2 pieces of this capsules. For urgent cases, for example, I go for the dentist, I do my teeth, I have a headache. I don't need to buy all of this container. I just need 2 sessions. Because of that, I go directly with this flexible package. And also for the men, they didn't have a big bag. As us women, they didn't find the space to put all of this container, plastic container inside. They use the flexible just to put it in her pocket, so it will be easy during going for works or going outside, and they have already a small sachet. This is how we have to think deeply about selecting packaging material, portion, size, quantity, according to the requirement of the target market. When we do our homework, know exactly what the segment requirement. Here we have for whom, what's the age, the gender, the income, the nationality, the education, segmentation variables that you already know and you already did in your market research. Every segment of those segments have a specific needs and a specific attractive color, font. And I remember that in the first session, one of the trainer asked me, and what's the color and font you considered it's attractive for Arab region? I will go through this when I talk about what is the font and color, and according to what we have to select the color or the font. One of the common example that we all know from when we were kids, this is the common example that we if our segment is our men or women, we know that we have the first change and the design element is the color. I think all of you agree with me. When we go for women, we select pink, red. When we need to produce a product for men, we go with black, blue. Those colors are favorites for the men. But there is a other design element is very clear on this example that I put on the screen is not the color, also the packaging material. If we think about the cosmetics or the creams for men and women, we will see that for the men, if you want to design a tube for men, it have to be big, according to the size of their hands. It have to be big. They will easily to catch it. And the material of the tube is a very to be able to resist the compression of their hand on the product. Because of that, the tube for men is totally different from any other tubes for women. This is packaging material. We have to look forward and we have to think when we design tubes. For men, as you can see, it's just a pipe and soft. She likes to see the liquid when she put it on her face. So you will see it is an elegant design for women. So the packaging design or the design element, the first one is according to the color, changing in the color, changing in the packaging material itself. Here we can see for women, it's a big and hard tube. For women, it's an elegant glass with a pipe. And there is also other third design element related to the name. As you can see, what is the name of the cream for men? It is fuel. Yes, it is facial fuel. No one from the ladies there or here in Jordan or Nigeria will buy a cream and put it in her face called fuel. Because fuel take you to something is a very hard to put on a face. Because of that, when you select the name for product for men, it is totally different from selecting a name of product for a woman. Those are just three different design elements we change between the product if it's men and for women. Also, if we are talking about the same product, not different product, we are talking about water produced by Nestle. We can see there is a different packaging material with different graphic design. Different packaging design and material and colors according to the target markets. For kids, you can see it is a smiley face with catchy colors to attract the woman, and also there is the bottle for the people who are working on the football player who are using to open the caps like this, flip just to press it. This is for different target market, and for the boys with the different color, for the girls the pink, for the family we can see the big portion. This is the same product with different packaging according to the target. Okay, this is other example from the Jordanian market. When you go for the market and see a different type of packaging for egg, and one of them is, you can see it is as a honeycomb, and it is standing on the edge of the packaging with recycled carton and one color printing. This type of packaging, when you enter any supermarket or any hypermarket, and just from the first impression of this package, give you a message that this egg is different than the other on the shelf. Are you agree with me? That it's really give you indication that there is something change in this product. And also give you indication that it's more expensive than the other. Yes, we took this impression from the first time. When you look for the shelf, you exactly said, okay, this egg is different and it is more expensive than the other. So I go to the shelf, I just open it. Ah, yes, I read on the cover, on the package, that this is an organic eggs produced in a special farm, and I read the story about this farmer. What is the procedure? What is the thing that done in this is an organic and a healthy egg? For sure, it's more expensive than the other. If I'm one of the target market, I will buy it. If I feel that it's expensive, I said, okay, I will take the smaller size. And if it's okay, if I like it, I will come back and take the other size. That's mean if you have a different product than any other product on the shelf, you have to give it a different packaging. You put this type of egg, which is, I think it is in Jordan, it's 5 times price than the other. If we buy the ordinary egg, as you can see it in a 3 GOD, Jordanian dinar, the price of this organic is a 10 or 12 GOD. So it's very expensive. So if the producer of these eggs think or decided to put the eggs on the ordinary package, that will not give a justification for the clients why they have to pay more for this type of eggs. Because of that, if you have any product which have a value from any other competitor, you have to select different package, and package have a story of this product. We always said, though, that the packaging appeals to the right side of the brain. The right side of the brain, which is working on the love, on the passion, on the creative, on the feeling. This is the right. Because of that, when sometimes we saw a package on the shelf, we really like it, and we will be attractive, and we buy this product because we like it, or because we really like this color or this graphic which is put on the design. How we can make our packaging is attractive? We have some tips. Those tips we have to follow. If we follow those tips, this will give us a chance to attract our clients. Let us go for these simple tips to know how we can make physical and psychological connection with our clients. Let's have a look for the examples that I put, or not examples, it's a tip. The first tip that we always advise our clients: align packaging with your brand identity. If we have a brand, sure, we have a brand. We start our product with a strong brand. That means all our packaging would have to be aligned with brand identity. Most of the company that we work with them, they came for packaging consultants. They said for them, please to do a design, for example, for a cookies. We can't do a design for one product. We have to ask him, what is your product? How many products you are producing? How many products you are deciding to produce in the future? And for sure asking him the other question: what's your target market? What is the portion when your product will put on the shelf, and all of the other. And we have to ask them, your cookies, how many flavors you have? All of this information is very important to make the brand maps and know exactly how all the current and the future product and packaging will align with brand identity. This step makes the brand or the product is more attractive on the shelf. When you look for a shelf which it has many products, you will see, yes, it is a big company. They have a variety of products. So I trust this company and I will buy from it. Also, if we have many portions for the same product, all of them have to be aligned with the brand identity. These are very important points we have to think about, especially there is a crowded product on the shelves, so we have to highlight the strong information of our product. We have to highlight why my product is different than the other. I don't know if you have this brand in your country, but this brand entered Jordan not so far, about I think 2 or 3 years ago, and now all the people know this brand. It's called Zero. It's called Zero because it's sugar-free. So they highlight their valuable and strong information on the package. So if we have, for example, a product produced from unique ingredient, we have to put this in a package and we have to mention what is the valuable or strongest point of our product. It can be a part of, not a part, it can be an example of the story of our product, that this product produced from something I can mention on the package. This is the second tip. The third tip that we have to consider the eco-friendly material now. And a lot of people, as we said, now it's in the past it was an optional to select eco-friendly package, but now it's not optional on trend. It's a regulation. It's have to be eco-friendly packaging. So if you will start today in your brand, you have to take in your consideration the eco-friendly packaging. And if you have any information about the recyclability, reuse, any information related to your packaging, you have to mention it on the package. And choose color carefully. This is the part graphic design have to work on, and sometimes the packaging consultant. Every target market, every product have let's say colors, and we have to follow this color. And again, if we have many products under this brand, we have to be carefully selecting the color to be attractive, the series of the product for the same brand. We have to balance form and function. As you can see in the slide, this is one of the main, let's say, wrong packaging idea. Preparing the eggs for cooking in a plastic bag, for example, which is not suitable and away from the hygienic. And in the second photo, as you can see, this is a paper cups, and he wrote on the cups inside, save our planet. So he are thinking of recycling the carton to eliminate waste from plastic, but in the same time he used the plastic bag for packing the product. That means there is the form and the function is not aligned with each other. If I have message to reduce using plastic, I can't use plastic to package my product. A lot of designers or a lot of let's say fresh graduated designer, they always come with our company with a new and innovative design. In a graphic design, it's a very beautiful, but when you think about the ability of producing this package, you will see that it's a very far from production line. So we have to be, there is a balance between the form and the function of the package, balance between the shape and the ability of producing the type of packaging. As we said, there is a different colors and we have to select the color carefully. And also there is a different font. And we have also to select the font carefully, because every font have a philosophy or psychology behind the font. If you look for this chart or for this wheel, let's say, you can see if my product or if my company or if my brand, I need it to be traditional and classy as Mercedes, as Rolex, as Zara, you will see that they follow the same font, color, the arrangement of the letters. It is something give you an, from the first impression, you feel that this is traditional and classy. And on the other side, for confident and innovative, you can see as Sony, Honda, Volvo, those are also a different font and a different arrangement of the letters in the brand. And also for modern, for offbeat, for creative and personal. It is very important for everyone, from everyone working on the packaging. We always look for this brand and reflect any brand and reflect to this circle and see if it's really aligning with the company vision. Because sometimes a lot of companies come for me and said, yeah, my brand, I like to, it's a classy, it's targeting a niche market, as we called it. But at the same time, they design it as, for example, as Lego. So it's different, totally different from his vision to be traditional and classy. So please, if anyone from you in this training have already ready brands or working with a company with a brand, they have to always check the vision of the company with the selecting font, color, the size of the letters, to be sure that the font or the logo give the client the real story or the real vision of any company. It's a very critical, by the way, with the marketing person or the person who doing the marketing is responsible for evaluating and reviewing the brand from the designer's team. Okay. We said that there is a design element related to the shape, color, font, size. All of this is design element. Those design elements are changing according to the target market segment. Yes, we agree. I think we agree about this. So, if we have a look for the example on the screen, and I think many of you know this example because you are working on a packaging field. We have Snickers, Galaxy, and we have Kinder. Those are 3 different types of chocolate. Yes? What are the difference between those 3 types of chocolate? Why the company did not produce one type of chocolate and make it, for example, with a flavor, so they can work with one type of chocolate, not with 3 different line or type of chocolate? Anyone have an idea about this difference between Snickers, Galaxy, and Kinder Bueno? Okay, it's a common example describing that the design elements is changing according to the target market segment. Let's start with the easiest one, with the more easy one, the most easy one, which is Kinder. We all know that Kinder is chocolate targeting kids. Because it's targeting kids, the designers or the company decided to do it with white color that gives the kids indication that, okay, it's have a high concentration of milk. Or sometimes for us, for the mothers, when they bought this chocolate, they said, okay, it's have a high concentration of milks. Because of that, it's safe, for example, because of that, the kids like Kinder. The first design element is the color. So we goes with white because it's give us an idea that there is a high concentration of milk. Also for the red, all kids like red colors. If you look for the font using, which is Biono font, a dancey font. It is full of energy. So this font is targeting kids. When you open the packaging inside, you will find 2 portions. Every portion is covered with a separate plastic bags. That's because when you are a kid, you will open this package. You can't eat the 2 portions on the same time. So you can eat one and keep the other for the end of the day, for tomorrow, for another time. And it's totally sealed, so it's safe, will be not contaminated. This is for Kinder. If we have a look for Galaxy, Galaxy is a chocolate targeting women. As you can see, there is the line, the font used is a smooth font. This is a very elegant and smooth font used for the cosmetics, used for perfume, for women cream. We always see this font on all the feminist products. And you can see that the chocolate is covering all the package. And if we see the advertisement of Galaxy in all the media, we can see a lady who is wearing a dress of silk. It's like the chocolate. So Galaxy is a chocolate targeting women. Snickers, chocolate targeting men. It's very clear that it's targeting men because there's no design. It is just hard and sharp letters. This font is known as a sharp edge font used in all or many men products. For example, Gillette, for example, Michelin, for cars, for example, Volvo cars. All the product which is targeting men, we use this font with a sharp edge and with a blue color. For the men, they didn't look for the small details regarding the design. They just need to see this big and sharp font. Because of that, it's chocolate targeting men's. In general, this example gives us very important point that any designer, if you are a designer or if you have a team of a graphic designer, they have always to think about the type of font before put it on the design. If you're targeting kids, you have to follow a dancey and font full of energy. For women, the smooth and the elegant line font. For men, the sharp edge and the big letters have to be used in product according to the target segment. Is it clear the difference between the 3 products? Yes. If, for example, if you want to targeting the European market in a colors, you have to go with a very quiet and simple colors like pen, baby blue, gray, something like this. If you need to send product for China, you have to go with the red color because it is a type of their culture, the red color. If you want to send the product for Saudi Arabia, for example, you have to go with a black color because they like black color. If you have, I think for Africa, we always said, if you need to send the product for South Africa, for example, you have to use the yellow, the green, because this is, sorry, yellow and green, because they are, those color is colors used in their traditional clothes, traditional festival. You have to take in your concentration, what's the color followed, or what's the common color in the country, and send the product, use those color in their product. This is what we called it glocalization. I think you heard about glocalization. Glocalization, that means in colors. That means, for example, in Jordan, our traditional dress is red color. So when we have any product included some red color, we like it because it feels, we know that it's come from, not from Jordan, but we like to see it because it reflects some of our culture. So we have to be clear and aware about what's the culture of this company, what's the common color that they like it, and it's a smart idea to put those color in the product if we need to targeting those countries. Okay, we say tips that we mention here. Those are tips to make our packaging is attractive. What if we need to make our packaging is promotive? That means our packaging is very important in a promotion of product. Good packaging will attract the attention of potential. Good packaging can be influenced in the decision of purchase product. Now I'm a company and I produced a series of a product. This is my role to prepare a promotion for the other product that I produced. It's not enough to put on the shelf one product and waiting my client to come for me and ask me, okay, your product is a very good and I like it. What's other product that you produced? It's not acceptable at all. Consider that, imagine that I'm a company who producing a shampoo, for example, and I just put my shampoo on the shelf and I'm waiting my client to ask me, okay, if you have a shampoo, it's a good. Did you produce, for example, cream? Did you produce what other else related to shampoo? Conditioner, for example? No, it's not right to stay for my clients, waiting my client to ask me what we are producing. As a producer, my package have to play a significant role in promoting the other product that I already produced. Now, how I can do a packaging? This packaging promoting my product. So by some tips, I will give it to you because all of these tips helps you to promote your product. The first one, you have to put countertop display boxes on the places that you already bought your product. Okay, imagine that and you go for a hypermarket to buy my shampoo that I always like it. If I look for the shampoo, I found countertop display. They put shampoo, conditioner, and the cream. I said, yeah, this brand, I like it because their shampoo is a very good. They're producing high quality product. Okay, they have also conditioner and cream. I will buy all of these products. You have, this is your rule, to put a countertop display boxes, display on the market, have a product. This can promote your other product that the client did not know. This is one of the tips. The other tips that we all know, and I think all of you doing this, free sampling. Sampling is a very important promotion tool. We have to have a sample and give it for our clients to try the new product with the small samples without feeling afraid of paying for a new product while they did not try this product. Again, for different type of packaging added on and implement for the CPD display packaging boxes, and any additives, any innovative design, printing techniques, QR code, as you can see, I can add it for my packaging. This will higher the value of the product and make it a promotion. How it's making a promotion? As you can see for this colleagues, the cornflakes, you all heard about this QR code. They do it for the people who have, who are not blind. They have, they are weak. They can't see very well. So they have their mobile and they put it, the QR. They know that it's in the corner of the package. When they put the mobile and they did not read the QR code, directly they start voicely record, explain to them what is this product. Imagine how it's beautiful. If I just catch this package and I put a QR code and I didn't read, I just listen. Okay, this is a product, the specification of a product, it's contain blah, 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 the price, the weight, the weight of this product, how I can use it. It is a very smart and innovative idea put for the product. This gives you a promotion for your product because it's higher the value of your product. We all know that set of products presentation is your responsibility as a producer. I'm always encourage all the company that I work them, you have to have or design a set of a product presentation. You can send it as a sample, you can send it for putting on the shelf in the hypermarket. Remember that how much the variety of the product give the client a confidence of this brand. So please encourage or push all of your clients to do set of a product presentation, the other product that you already produced. Good. As we said, attractive, promoted is how facilitate purchase decision. Successful package help in making the decision to buy the product without having to ask the store employee for help. If you need to evaluate your packaging, if it's successful, I always say this for my clients. Please, anyone will enter the hypermarket, will catch your product, have all the information about it, and buy it without asking the store employee. That's mean your product is successful in packaging. If a client miss any information and go for the store employee and ask him, please, do you have another flavor of this? Or please, do you have another size of this? Or please, what is this product for? Or please, how can I use this product? That means you have missing information and you have a problem in your packaging. So to facilitate a purchase decision, one of the tips that information with design should answer all the customer questions, because the customer didn't have the time to go and ask for more information. They have, as we said, 3 seconds just to read all the information about the packaging. If you have many flavors or many smells or many type of the same product, as we can see on the screen, it has to be clear. You have to make a differentiation. Differentiation could be in the photo, could be in the color, but when you put it on the shelf, it shows that there is a big series of this product, and it's encourage client to look for the flavor or for the smell that he like. As example of this brands, it's have a different smell for the air freshener. So, and select what did he like, and in the next time he said, okay, I will buy from this brand, but I will select other smell because the great, and I will buy other one. This is how to facilitate the purchase decision. Now, you are as a producer and as a packaging consultant, what we have to know before selecting packaging. The first one, as we all agree, competition with other products, customer satisfaction, adjust packaging to marketing and change and trend. We will have example about all of these points. Introduce a new product and a new design, keep company growing. Let's go with the first one. You are the responsible to know, if you are a manufacturer, for sure, you are the responsible to know who is your target market, and understanding it requires for your target market. And after knowing target market, we have to check for many points. The first, is our label is correct? We will go through what have to be written right on the label. Are graphic design with a specific market input? Does the package offer a wide range of design option? As we said, we have to ask them how many flavor you have, how many size you have, how many sub products you have, because we said one of the important points to be attractive is to be aligned with the brand identity. If the package easy and safe to use, it's important also. Does the packaging design fit to the target market, and are the packaging environment friendly? Those after the manufacturer decided his target market, you have to check over all of these points. As you can see, I put, does the packaging design fit the target market? I put it in red because it's very important. We will talk about the regulation of packaging, but you always have to think, does the packaging design meet the standard of the target market? This is the first line. Is the target standard, laws and the regulation, my package is fit or aligning with those regulation? I will do a design for my packaging, and we know that packaging is a massive production, and I need to print, for example, 1 million carton package to be used in packaging my product. Okay, what have to be written? What have to be written on this 1 million package? Okay, I have a domestic market and I have an external market, so I have to do the design to be used for both. This is an important point. We have to work with a client on it, because if we think in this way, we will reduce the cost of packaging. Companies come for me, said, okay, I need a package for the Jordanian market, so I need all the information written in Arabic, for example. After months or 6 months, he came back to me and said, okay, I open a new market in Europe, for example, and I need a new packaging to send my product there, but it is a high cost to reprint again a million package. Because of that, I always said to them, you have to think, if you can do a one package, which is aligned with the internal market and external market, you will cutting cost and you will use the same package for the two markets. This something related to the regulation of the markets. But in other hand, we have also to think about what's the culture of the market. For example, if we need to send for a country, we have to be aware about the photos that we will put on the package, about the name of this product. Does this word, if we translate it for Arabic, for English, for French, for any other language, is the spelling of this words have the same meaning or have another different meaning? Could means something not good in this language. So we have to be aware about the culture of the company, culture of country that we will enter our product in. Always be away from anything which is not applicable, away from anything related to the, for example, for religion issues. You have to think always that my product is aligning with all different culture, and I need to enter all the markets without any conflict. One of the example of, for example, when I make a packaging design and I need to enter this village, when I send my product there, I discovered that this village investigates plastic. Let's have a look for this video.
प्लास्टिक बोतल के लिए चेकिंग था। आप लोगों के पास कोई प्लास्टिक बोतल्स नहीं होंगे, नहीं लिया है आप लोगों ने। थैंक्स फॉर योर कोऑपरेशन। हम लोग सिंगल प्लास्टिक बोतल यूज के लिए बैंड है, तो इसलिए आप लोगों को थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कोऑपरेशन। थैंक यू, एंजॉय इट। I'm Tugdan Lachungpa. I come from Sikkim. Sikkim is a small state in northeastern part of India, and particularly from a teeny village called Lachung. And we have waged a war against single-use plastic. So we, the people of Lachung, we worship our Mother Nature, and we believe that mountain is our guardian deity. We worship our rivers, we worship our lakes, we worship our waterfalls, we worship our forests. So it's like Lachung is very up close with the nature. Lachung has many names. Some call it a valley of flower. Lachung is so beautiful that it attracts a huge number of tourists. So when we talk about a huge number of tourists, we are also talking about a huge number of plastics, single-use plastics. So it's been around 3 years since we noticed that about it. So we decided, we had a vote with our village elders, and we framed a law wherein we have banned use of single-use plastics. Banning single-use plastic bottles or plastic material was not just an option. If we want to change, we had to change right from our household. Instead of plastic bottle, we are using this kind of bottle. It's a bamboo bottle. You can say you can drink water, and you can carry water in this bottle. As we have guests, we offer them sweets, toffees from this container. And when we go for shopping, we rather prefer taking those kind of baskets. It's made out of bamboo. Instead of plastic things, we go back to the Stone Age, so we use those kind of grinders instead of those plastic wallas. The plastic bottles which we confiscate, we just don't throw it, we try to reuse it in a way of like some use it as a flower pot. So those are small few little steps which we are taking. And despite all this, if one insists that they still want to use the single-use plastic bottle, then we are left with no other option other than implementing or imposing fine on the user. We have achieved an accomplishment in banning single-use plastic, but we wanted to go in a holistic manner. We wanted to ban all types of plastic, and to do so, we need help from all around the world. Everyone should come together. Everyone should join their hand together to fight with this plastic. I think our coming generation also deserves a clean environment, and we only have one planet to live on. Let's protect it. And I strongly believe that Lachung will serve as an example to other places, other people, and motivate them to do without the plastic.
He is so proud of his country or for his town, and he's really have to be proud. It's really a beautiful city. But imagine that if you produce the product and you need to export this product for a city like this, they will forbidden any plastic package to enter their countries. This is an example. Imagine that starting from this year or this next year, a lot of countries will forbidden, for example, types of plastic to enter their countries. So all of us have to be aware about type of plastic, type of packaging will be used in the country that we. Also, we have to, for any manufacturer or many packaging consultant, have to be aware about the competition with the other product. If we need to produce any new product, we have to see exactly what's the competitor used for packaging this product. Because as we said, the consumers' behavior is changing, and they are always looking for the new and innovative and easy use product. So your product have to be as the level of the competitor or better than what's the competitor use on packaging. The packaging element for to be differentiated with the competitor could be, for example, the graphic design, the colors, the structure, sometimes how to represent our product in the market with the slogan, with the story, with the idea of the product. For example, if we have a look for this playing card, it is just a playing card, but it's a printing with high techniques printing. So it's upgrade the value of this playing card. It's the cost of this playing card is very expensive because the packaging printing techniques is elite. So it's in this case, I changed the meaning of playing card with using a new and innovative packaging. This is what we did for all the cosmetics and perfume product. A structure design is the shape of a product. If we present the product in a different way, the client will sure like to buy this product because it's a different or differentiate from what we have on the market. This is a type of grapes in this new shape in Jordan. Structure design and the shape of packaging is a very important, and we all know that is a very important element, a very important factor in buying the product. Because of that, for the perfume, every year or every edition, they innovate a new design of the perfume. If you have a look for this photo, you will imagine that this is a perfume. Yes? But in fact, it's not a perfume. It is a Jordanian olive oil with a Jordanian theme. We designed this product for come for Jordan because we are famous on olive oil and the traditional theme. So we put it in this package as a gift. So you can buy it and give it for anyone as a souvenir from Jordan. Also, if the target market is kids, you have to make a big stand or display to attract the kids, as we can see in this brand. And also for this type of eggs packaging, here in Jordan, we have a highly demand on the organic product. And for organic eggs, it's have to be in a shape and in a packaging design different from any other type of eggs, because it's have to be protective during the transportation and shipping. It's very expensive egg. The product have to have a message. The message is if it's eco-friendly, if it's organic, if it's if it's a traditional product from the country, we have to mention the message of this product. Always think about interactive packaging. This is example of interactive packaging. This is a t-shirt packed on a carton box. After you buy this t-shirt, you open this box and fold it. It's become a hang, and you put your t-shirt on a carton hang produced from the package itself. It is a type of interactive packaging. Another example of interactive packaging, this is a famous brand, which is Mr. Clean. It's soup for dish washing, but in the same time, the package is as a dumbbell, sorry, that you can make practices during working. This is a type of interactive packaging. Always remember the customer satisfaction. Always remember that it's all 55% of the samples of the client complaining about hard to be open package. So keep your product is easy to be open to avoid any complaint from the clients. Always put in your mind that famous and strong packaging and branding have to be suitable to adapt to the market based on occasion change. For example, this is example of brand recognition for famous branding changing according to the techniques of printing. Here, for example, for Volkswagen, we can see it was 2D and became 3D. For example, Pepsi, the same. And if we have Ramadan or Christmas, the packaging is changed according to the occasion. You can see here, for example, Ramadan Kareem. For this Jordanian product on Christmas, you can see the hat on the chocolate or in the product. This is a type of interaction with your clients to give them that I'm always with you. You can find me on every occasion. When you need me, I will be on the market. This is an emotional message you can send for your clients. And also always and sometimes going and open a new branch on the markets and keep their company growing according to the needs of the market. And we always know the big example and success of Tetra Pak in Kenya when they opened a packaging company for milk, and they covered all the students on the schools, and they provided them with milk. It was a strange to Tetra Pak at the beginning when they think to do a big company in Kenya, but they was thinking that packaging will be the success for the for food company in Kenya. A lot of company and a lot of product they success because of packaging. Let's take one example. You know, example of a 360 paper bottle carton, which is produced from carton and laminated inside. You can drink the water from carton bottle. But look for Nike. This is this product, which is air, and you see what is the packaging for these shoes. It's a very expensive shoes, but at the same time, you can see the package is just a simple plastic bag, and you see that the shoes is flying on the bag because it's very light and the package is not expensive. So when you look for this type of packaging or for the idea of the package, it is a really simple idea, but it's straight to the point. Any client who look for the shoes, they will realize directly that, oh, it's a light shoes. So it's we have to buy it and pay for it. I don't know. I think 200 or $300 for this shoes. Now, if we will summarize how we make our packaging as one of the important marketing tool, fit your brand and customer. We can't put our product on the shelf without the brand. We have to put the brand. We have to know exactly what is our target market and design the product according to our customer. Sell and tell. That means the description of the product have to be clear, and all the data have to be on the product. We have to choose the color and fonts carefully according to product, target markets, countries, age, all of these segmentation that we talk about. Be honest. All the data have to be written on the package, have to be clear, not fake, honest on every information that we write. Make sure it's work everywhere it needs to. That means selecting packaging material. You have be as a packaging consultant to think where and how my client will use the product. For example, I can't do, for example, a shampoo bottle from glass because it will be used on the shower. So it could slipper from my hand and falling on the floor and broken. So it's totally not suitable to use glass jars or glass bottle for packaging shampoo. And fit the package to the product. As you can see, this is 0.6. That means don't give me a big package with a small quantity inside, and don't be a big quantity with tight package. Make it user friendly. Think always about the competitor. What they are providing for their clients. And if you need to produce the same product, you have to give them an extra user-friendly steps to be attractive and to encourage your client to buy the product. Consider the environment and be eco-friendly. As we said, it was a trend, it was an option, but now it's not a trend, it's not an option. There is a regulation standard for most of the country in the world to eliminate and reduce reuse in packaging material. You have packaging material have to preserve and the product, and it's important for your package to be stackable. If it's not stackable, it will cause a many problem during transportation, shipping, and stacking. The ratio of damage during the transportation will be higher if it's not stackable. This is the part related to packaging as a marketing tool. We just mentioned, or we just review some tips, those tips about how to do our packaging. Just give me a minute to open the next presentation. Yes, as I said, packaging as a marketing tool, they are just tips how to make our packaging attractive. We know that 1 hour, it's not enough to explain all of these issues, but the importance of packaging as marketing, and any one of you working on this field, they have to always looking for resources, analyzing why the company doing the package in this way. This is what I always say for my clients. Please don't stop thinking about why clients do it in this way. They do it in this way because of data come from the marketing study. Those data is an input for selecting the packaging material. As we said, functional, marketing, and legal. This is the last part of packaging, introduction to packaging, and packaging function, which is covering the introduction or the labeling function. Labeling is all the information putting on the package. When we go for a supermarket and want to buy, for example, this product, I didn't know who's the owner of this product. I didn't know where is his factory. I didn't know if he is a man or woman. I didn't know if he's a rich or a poor man. I just know that there is a product. There's a product on the shelf, and all the information source for this product, I can get it from the labeling. Because of that, the label have to be written on perfect way, because it is the first and the only information source for the consumer. If we look for any packaging or any label on the shelf, we will see that the label includes content, product specification, contact details, health and safety warning, guideline for use. Also, I say additional marketing, branding, pricing. What else? There is a very important thing. I didn't write it on the slide.
Of products.
Production date. Yes? Production and expired date. Yes? This is very important information. And I said that, unfortunately, a lot of us, a lot of clients, a lot of production and expiry date. They didn't read any other information. They just read production and expiry date. Because we always said for our kids, for example, okay, be sure that it's not expired. Please, starting from today, I'm always saying that we have to look for the value of every information written on the packaging, important as the importance of production and expire date. I always said for my kids, please read every information. Every information on the packaging is important. Every information gives us a warning about something we are looking for. It's important to realize the difference between labeling functions and packaging function. Packaging function, as we said, protection, product identification, convenience, product promotion, quality and quantity estimation, facilitating the use of product. All of these are packaging function of packaging. But the function of labeling is different. Function of label, describing the product, specifying the content, which is very important. You have to know what's the content. Product promotion. Okay, I think I have to make mute. Product identification and providing legally mandates information. Please, it's very important to know that there is a legal information have to be written on the product. This is what we need to mention now. So there is a difference between function of label and function of packaging. For the food, I think label is a very important, function of label is a very important because it's give us idea about how to be used, component, ingredients, all of this information from the label. What's the objective of labeling? Now, labeling give us a necessary information about the product. We said labeling is the first and only resource of the information. The customer can have a knowledge about the quality and feature of the product without tasting the product, which is very important. Tamam? Okay. Some products, if you read all the information outside, you don't need to open it, smell, or taste the product. So the labeling give you all the information you need. Labeling, this is very important point. Labeling can recognize the grade of product. How can I know the grade of product according to the label? Let's take a very simple example. If you go, for example, for the markets and you look for the label, you find that there is a two product. The first one written, let's take an example from Jordan, for example. This product, one of the product is right, all the information is written in Arabic, and the second information written in Arabic, English, France. When you look for those two products, you have idea that, okay, this is a local product, this is an international product. This is the simplest way for grading, the simple way. Other type, we have, for example, two types of perfume. The first type, we have plastic stickers putting on the glass, and the other glass is silk screen printing on the glass itself. From the first impression, I will know that the perfume with silk screen printing is more expensive. It's elegant because the label or design the label is different. So the label really can give you an indication about the grade of a product. So you all know that packaging engineer have the art of giving you an impression that the package is a big, but inside the quantity is the same. You can see a shape, give you an indication that it's, wow, it's a big package. But in the same time, the quantity or the volume is the same with any other package. Because of that, the labeling regulation say that you have to write the weight, mandatory. If you look for the weight, you can recognize which one is bigger, which one is costly, better, according to the price. So all the information putting on the label give you the fast action to compare between the quantity, the ingredient, to know exactly why this is different in price from the other. All of these objective of labeling, because label is our right, consumer rights. The label works to protect me as a consumer. All the data is related to the consumer law. So please try to read everything written on the label. The main component of food label is food name and description, language, ingredient, shelf life, storage condition, name and address of the manufacturer, backer, or seller, place of origin, instruction, or nutrition label. As you can see, a lot of information have to be written on the food label, but to be more to be the package or the tube or the jar to be more elegant and easy to read all of this information, according to the standards, let's say it's the example here is for the Jordanian standard and for the American standards, it's the same. According to the standards, there is two main, let's say, places or display we have to write the information on. The first one called BDP, which is Principal Display Panel. Principal Display Panel, that's, consider this is the product. You will put it on the shelf like this. The first place that the consumer see from the product, we called it the Principal Display Panel. The principal display panel, as you can see the definition, the portion of the package label that is most likely to be seen by the consumer when he decides to purchase it. For this package, this is the BDP. For this package, this is the BDP. For this package, this is the BDP. The portion of the package label that most likely to be seen by the consumer. Because it's very important. This is, you can write two, you have, for example, on some package, you will have two BDP, one from this side and the other from the other side. This is a BDP. And on the other side, or if we have other side here, we called it information label. Some information have to be written on BDP and some information have to be written information label. Those, according to the Jordanian and USA Food and Drug Association, every country have international standards for labeling. You can, those link, I will share the presentation with you. So you can go for any link of the, find what is the association who are responsible of the standards of label. And you will see exactly what is the regulation for writing every information on the food label. Let's take an example of FDA USA regulation. So we said we have to decide at the beginning, the BDP, to know exactly where the client, what's the area that the client see at the beginning. After deciding the BDP, note that BDP have to include brand name, product name, description, net weight, and country of origin. Those are mandatory information on BDP. Mandatory. That means they have to be written on the BDP. Everyone have minor regulation how to write those information. Let's have this example. For example, this is this brand for the sunscreen, the brand X, description of product sunscreen, brand name X, product name, it is a sunscreen, this is a product name, description, as you can see, SPF 15, this is the description, net weight, you can see at the bottom, what's the net weight, and country of origin, as you can see, I write it in red, because many countries consider this as a mandatory, and the other didn't consider it as a mandatory in the BDP. You can write it on the information panel. But in general, brand name, product name, description, and net weight, those are mandatory, have to be in BDP. You can write any marketing sentences or marketing as a marketing message, for example. You can write it. It's not forbidden to write on the BDP marketing message. How we write in weight? According to the standard, net weight written in a metric system and American system. So you have to write it in a metric and in American according to the standard. Example, as you can see, for example, you can write 500 mil, 0.9 Oz. This is the standard, give you exactly how and where to write the net weight on label. Let's go for the information panel, which is the other side of the packaging. Here we can write a lot of information. Manufacturer, packer, and distributor, name and address. Imagine that you want to import a product from Jordan to be in the Nigerian market, for example. You have to write the marketer, already the manufacturer, right from Jordan, who packed it, for example, if it's packed in Jordan or in Nigeria, who distributed in Nigeria, you have to write distributed by XX, his location in this city and this address, because he is the responsible of this product in Nigeria. Ingredient list in descending order. This is according to the standard, from the high concentration to the lower concentration, nutrition fact, expire date, date marking and lot number, country of origin, allergen labeling, storage condition, direction of use. According to the FDA regulation and Jordanian regulation, one of the big problems that we face with the designers when they wrote all of this information, you can't read the statement. It's a very small letter. Because of that, the standards say the minimum size of the font, no smaller than 2 millimeters. This is a standard, because as a client, I have the law to read all the information in a clear size. Okay, how to write the manufacturer information? This is a photo. I take it from the standard. You have to write it in this way. Name and address of the manufacturer, packer, or distributor. You write it manufactured for. What's the name of the company in Nigeria, for example, that I manufactured this product for it. So you have to write manufactured for, distributed by, and you write street, city, country, email, phone, and website. Again, why? Because you are the distributor, the responsible of this product in Nigeria. How we write the ingredients? Always the ingredient, we prefer to put it under the nutrition fact label. We write it in descending order. And it's important that spices, salt, artificial coloring, put in with number, codes, and preservatives, all of these have to be written. But you have to be aware here that any products have to produce Nigerian market, for example, they have to follow your country regulation, because some of spices, artificial color have to be clear. Some of them are forbidden. Some of them you considered it's, for example, it's not healthy, so you didn't like to allow them to enter your countries. This have to be checked by FDA in your country. Nutrition fact label, we all know it. It's mandatory. We have to write it. How to write production and expiry date and batch number? You write lot and best buy, lot traceability, or it has to be easy to find generally in square. Lot and best buy is the approximate shelf life date. Look, in Jordan, you write lot number and production date. Expire date, not mandatory, but you have to write. It's, for example, it's valid for 1 year after production date printing on the package. You have to mention where and when the expiry date. Also, it's very important to print all of this information on white square. Not printed on the printing graphic, to be easy read, to be easy clear for any clients, and it's forbidden to put any stickers on contains production date or anything related to the lot number and production date and expiry date. It's a short, some difference between label requirement for the US and European market. For example, net weight in the American market in metric units, American unit. In EU, in a metric unit only. Nutrition fact label table, US, it is mandatory per serving. For EU, it's voluntary. Per 100 gram per 100 ml. It's not mandatory. Lot number, in US, it's voluntary. In EU, it's have to be an L, because all the people know that L related to the lot number. That is minor change. Now, if you need to make your product or packaging ready for both markets, try to put all the information which is aligning with the two products. We have some special standard for some label. One of them is cigarette have a special standard. Do you know why? Because for the 2 BDB, 2 of 3, more than 70% of the PDB have to be awareness or a warning sign. So no other place to write any more information, just the brand and the awareness. So we can't follow the standard for cigarette, for example. And very important to know that we can't write any label, any sign related for specification without have the certificate for write it. For example, we can't write halal without getting the certification that it is halal for the product. There is a common mistakes in label design. Really, there is a lot of mistakes. One of the most mistakes that there's a language and translation. A lot of company use, for example, Google Translation for translate the meaning of this product, and the meaning or the words take you for other meanings. So be aware about the translation of the product, missing nutrition fact and format. A lot of company missing right nutrition fact. Weight, it's a very important to be right on the BDB, on the very clear size, the weight of product. Some product, we know it, for example, in our culture, for as a hummus, for example, or kibba. Those are traditional Middle East food. When you need to send this product for other country, you have to write the description of this product. What is the component? What is the ingredient of this? Right? For example, it is a special types of food produced from blah, 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 eating on this way. The description of the products helps the other in other culture to easily read and know exactly what's this product. Misleading picture and name about the real packed product, which is very big problem. Lack inconsistency in the logo. This is the responsibility of this issue is related to the packaging consultants. We have to be aware about selecting the logo. Not to mention the address of company. It's very risky, this is, because if you didn't read the address and information of the company, you will feel that, okay, it's a fake company. So please write all the information in a clear way. Also, we didn't have a barcode. I don't know in Nigeria, one of the most common mistake in label is the claims. It claims that you write in your package, for example, this product, reduce weight, this product eliminate wrinkles from the face. This is a claims. You can't write anything on the package without have the evidence for this product. I see many products in Jordan have a lot of claims. You can't imagine. what's those claim? All of these are forbidden from the markets. Using protected characters, for example, sometimes a company come with you and said they will put a photo of Disney's, for example, characters. This is common mistakes, not register their logo and the brand name, and not mention the ingredient. It's risky not to mention all the ingredients. Remember that there is a lot of people have allergic from some product, and now there is an updated list of allergic product. So you have to put all the ingredients to avoid any accident with any people who have allergic from a product. Example of label writing mistake, which is common in the company. This is one of the big company in 2020 during COVID. They have been voluntarily recalled the above product due labeling error, because they translate the components or the ingredients in the French, and during the translation, there is a miss or a wrong on the dose, on the ingredients. So directly they recall this product from the markets, while this product is well known and it's sold in any in other markets. Also, this is example of dressing. This is dressing. You see the design of the dressing. They write this is a creamy dressing and dip sauce salads. They wrote all the information, but they forget to mention that it's inside this product. It have mustard, it have mayonnaise, it have some ingredients which is considered as allergic. And they didn't mention that, so they recall their product. And this is a common example for baby milk, for label writing mistake. They put their product in the market and they said this product developing allergies without any evidence or test that this product cause or developing allergies for the kids, and they recall this product from the market. So please avoid writing any claim if it's not proven. We can't write any claim without have the evidence from certified lab that this is really certified. A lot of manufacturers, for example, they said, okay, we all know that olive oil is good for heart, for example, but we can't write on the package, okay, it's reduce heart disease, for example. So avoid any claim on the package without if it's not proven. Any question? Sorry if I talked very fast, but I just aim to give you an introduction about labeling, about what is the mandatory information, about what's the importance of packaging as a marketing tool. And I know that for these topics, we have always to make continuous improvement, always to research, always to analyzing all the solution provided by the companies. Thank you for listening, and I'm ready for any question. I will share the slides by WhatsApp. Thank you. Ahmed, thank you for your great effort. I'm with you in the WhatsApp group, and I see what's the activities that you did every day. I hope that I were with you. You have a beautiful visit, I think.
Question. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you, Saji.
Thank you, Ahmed. Yes.
They said the class is there, the information are the content is given as well. So my question is on the logos of companies. You know, I can't stop to wonder. We all know the Apple logo, beating Apple logo. You know, for the Apple company, we all know it. Halfway. So I just stop to wonder how that relates to the company itself. You know, picture of it. or a logo that is beaten halfway. So how does it actually relate to the company, what they do? That is one. Maybe you should answer that first. You didn't get me.
I'm trying to hear the question, but your voice is far.
The Apple company.
Can you?
Hold on.
There is an echo in the voice.
Go on now.
Okay, for the Apple company, we know that their logo is picture of an apple sitting one side. Now, I can't stop wondering how that translates or relates to what the company actually does. Because you talk about on logos relating to the company, what they do, and somehow translating what they do. So that in that regard, maybe there's something I'm not getting. I know the company is about computers and all that. So how does Apple relate or translate or interpret what they do?
You ask about logo?
Yeah, the logo. Yeah.
Which logo you mean? If you ask in general, what's the logo have to be related to?
Talk now.
You are mute.
Apple computer. Apple.
You don't have the picture, maybe you can see.
No, talk now.
No Apple laptop.
He's not the one who talk about Apple.
She talked about it. She talked about branding. The logo for Apple.
If the Apple and became knowledgeable.
Yeah.
The message is that Apple is driven by knowledge, by innovation. So they keep improving every day. That was innovation, knowledge.
Thank you. There's another one. The second one. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
The second one, yes.
Yeah, so we have some international brands, products that, for example, tofu. There's another one. What's the name? But I know about tofu. I know because I'm technology. I know tofu is a fermented cheese, but they use their generic name. They use their local name, and it's not translated under the label. But now we are being told that when we want to in labeling, we should care to write. Like I'm from Nigeria. My local food, one of my local food is gari. We call it gari as generic name. So we have the local name, but we are instructed here now that we should translate it in English. Probably write cassava flour or stones. So why are they having it in their local name and we can have it in our local name? You are asking
Yes.
right.
Yes. For the international brands, you ask me, and you already have a local name in Nigeria. It's not mandatory to go with an international and English name or Arabic name. No. You can select simple, easy to be reminding Nigerian phrase or name. It's meaning something in your culture. If I hear your brand, I know exactly that you mean something related to to your culture, for example. And it's not mandatory to go with an English or any other culture for selecting brands. If I understand the question, for example, in Jordan, we have one of the traditional cities called Petra. Petra is a very old city, and it is a great, and it's every year there is a lot of tourism who are visiting Petra. When you come for Jordan, you find a lot of brands names Petra. It's related to our culture. So it's not mandatory to go with an English name or any other culture. You can select some phrase or name or tag or sign. It's related to your culture. If I understand the question, yes. I think that I didn't answer you. Ahmed, if I did not hear the question very well, can you share it with me, please? Sorry, lady, because I can't hear you very well, but I hope that I answer a question. If you have any question, please send it to me by WhatsApp and I will contact you directly.
Can you hear me? They will chat with you on the WhatsApp.
Yeah, good, because I really can't hear the question.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
thank you.
Ahmed.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Nice to be with you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
No. Right. Not you and the somebody in Ghana. This plan. You will join the last one.
Him access to share screen. We see that with screen. We don't bend it because
Go ahead. Israel, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Israel, can you go ahead and share your screen? Which one is offline now?
Can you hear me, please? Good day, everyone. Can you hear me?
yes.
Okay, good. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good day, everyone. It's good to be with you once again. My name is Israel, and thank you, Mr. Ahmed, for this opportunity again. So very quickly, I learned you're supposed to be going for a break. So I'm going to be quick about this presentation. I'm the founder of the Light Digital Media, a media branding agency in Lagos, Nigeria. I'm supposed to be there in person, but right now I'm on an assignment here in Ghana. That's why I chose to take this section virtual. So I'm speaking on brand engagement through packaging. And I'm just going to go straight into it. I always love using this particular case study. And so I'm going to start with this particular case study. You all will remember when Coca-Cola did a campaign talking about share a Coke, right? the whole Share a Coke campaign where people, saw their names on different bottles, and that drove a lot of persons who even have not tasted Coke in a while to say, okay, let me go and look for my name. Oh, let me go and look for my dad's name. Let me go and look for my wife's name and all that. It was a very interesting campaign, and so many persons really jumped on it. So I'm going to quickly go into that strategy to explain what I mean by brand engagement. Okay, but before I go into that, let me quickly define brand engagement. Brand engagement refers to the creation of attachments between consumers and brands. So you're creating an attachment, you're creating a bond. You want to be able to communicate with your consumers, right? And how do you create this attachment? How do you create this bond? It could differ for every brand, right? So these attachments may be emotional or rational, and most of the times what happens is it produces brand loyalty over time. And that's one of the things Coca-Cola did. Over time, they have uniquely come up with one campaign and the other just to drive that brand loyalty. And that's why even if you keep preaching about the sugar level of Coca-Cola is too much, it's too much, you will still see persons would tell you they don't mind the sugar and brand loyalty over time. So very quickly, I'm just going to go into the case study. Time will not permit me to tell you about my company. So the first thing, Coca-Cola wanted the world to understand the perception. This use the brand as an opportunity to give to someone else. And so they created unique announce like mom, like dad. See your brand, what do they think about? When people see your brand, what comes to their mind? When people see your brand, what message do you give to them? So perception is very key when it comes to brand engagement. The second thing is digital engagement. And Coca-Cola did this via word of mouth. For example, if I buy something and I love what I buy, I'm going to tell my friend to also buy it. So driving word of mouth you can get through brand engagement. And how do you win over your customers to now become your marketers? It's just basically trying to do what they want to do. So what Coca-Cola did was to drive, and I give it to my dad, and my dad is happy about it. I give a Coke to my mom. She's happy about it. I'm telling people, when you want to buy Coke, just look for the one that has mom. It's a magic gift. You see her smile and all that. And so every other person go to the market and they're looking for a Coca-Cola bottle that has her name or his name on it. So that drove a lot of word of mouth campaign. Another thing this campaign did was a powerful call to action right from the word share a Coke, right? So a powerful call to action is needed in driving brand engagement. I know many of us sit out here might not be having that big marketing budget to drive a campaign like share a Coke, but from the little your brand is doing, you can drive a powerful call to action. We all know that in Nigeria earlier this year, there was this whole subsidy, people were not happy, the cost of things went up. Your brand could have jumped on that and decide to do a subsidy, and say something like, we understand you're going through a lot, but we have decided to give you 50 or 10% subsidy for every time you buy our product. It's important that to drive brand engagement, you must be listening to what your customers are talking about. So that's where I have this line. What do people say about your brand? Do you know what your customers are saying? How do you track feedback from your customers? I'm sure that before Coca-Cola went on that campaign, their marketing agency must have done a little bit of research to come up with a unique call to action to say, okay, let's listen to what our customers are saying and let's just give them this, right? They wanted their customers to own the brand. And so they did something very unique about that. So brand engagement is about listening and responding to your customers in a unique way. It's as simple as that. You're listening to what so a customer buys your brand and says, I love this groundnut oil, but it is too small for me. Can I get something bigger? That feedback alone should make you want to start producing something bigger. Or they buy the brand and say, oh, this is very expensive. Instead of me buying this thing for 1,000, can I get a smaller package that I will be able to buy for 100 naira? And that's why so many of these brands out there are doing smaller packages, because they are listening to the customer. They understand the market and they know that their customers love their brand, but they want something smaller. And so Power Oil now has a smaller for the big bottle, can now understand what your customers are saying, get feedback from them. And let me help you. Put a phone number, in your label and say, we would like to hear from you. Send us a text message, as simple as that in your label. Or even if you don't want to go that route, you can do that on the packaging. Let's say the rubber or the plastic where you'll be packaging your product. You can put a number there and say, we'd like to hear from you. That way you can get feedback from your customers about your brand, about what. So branding is about three things. Your brand, there are three B's of branding. Your brand identity. So what do I mean by brand? By what your brand? A bottled water, could be sold for as much as 200 naira, while a sachet water could be sold for 10 naira. It's the same content, it's just the packaging. So if you really want your product to have more value or to be perceived as something of a higher value, then you want to think about the packaging. Maybe I need to package it in a different way.
that is very important when it comes to driving brand engagement, right? The third part of branding is your brand identity. So under brand identity here, we are talking about your logo, the font, the colors, your website. What are you saying? How, what color are you using? Each color actually has, each color actually has a meaning. And let me quickly go into that as I wrap up. I just don't want to go so much into all this. So each color has a meaning. So these are brand colors, and each color you see here have a meaning. Red stands for, when you see the color red, it stands for youth, youthful, energy, talks about passion, exciting, active. And you see a lot of companies use that color red. We have Kellogg's, we have Coca-Cola, we have Red Bull, we have Lego, we have Virgin, right? Pink here stands for calm, warmth, sensitive. So you don't just wake up and say, oh, I want to change my brand color, or I just love blue. I just love blue. You need to understand, what does blue signify? Blue here talks about control, rescue, ambition, and that's why you see brands like Intel, Skype, Facebook and the like. Facebook uses a different blue, navy blue, while Twitter, now known as X, uses a different blue. So each brand has its own unique color, and these colors have meaning. So even as a packaging professional, you also need to understand why you want to use this particular color. Is it going to be talking to the customers? So if, like, for example, you're creating a brand, a product for a feminine gender, there is a color that appeals to the feminine gender, then you want to go with that kind of color. You can't be using black, and you're saying you're creating a product for the feminine gender. It's going to, you won't get them excited about your brand, right? The same thing goes to the children. If you're building a brand for kids, there's a color that appeals to them. And so you have to look out for that color and tailor your brand identity around that particular color. Okay. What else do I have here? Okay, this is what I was talking about. Designing your brand identity, your logo, your website, and even the packaging. I remember we did something like this for a particular client, was it last year? And while we were designing the packaging box, we added a bit of Ankara to it. The reason behind it was she was trying to talk about, she was creating a brand that is a bit localized. And in Nigeria here, the Ankara material speaks a lot of language. So these are little things, although they might be little, they speak a lot. You're talking to customers, and these are the little things you add just to drive engagement from them. Okay, I think I would stop here. I'm going to share the slides with Mr. Ahmed, so in case you're interested, you can reach out to him and get it for yourself. Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed. I hope I've been able to share one or two things with the students. Sorry, I can't hear. Is anybody saying something? I can't hear.
Have any questions for me?
Should I copy from because I don't know how, like, there's a way to connect it.
Let me get the flash.
I have got a band stretch on there, but let us just take his presentation. Let us finish. He's going to make the last presentation.
Hello, Mr. Ahmed, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, we thank you, Israel. We'll just get the slides and share with them.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye for now.
Yeah, bye. Take your laptop, fine. You cannot take his laptop. Yes, now you can put his yeah. Window what? You can connect straight on this one. Okay. You know, there's no connection. It's and we try. You know, no. It's because it's called
It's here in my place. Okay, from here, right? Yeah, I can play it from here.
That one that we use that
The video, right?
So, as the pilot, passenger should know that.
You know when you send your child to one that is what they have one plan. They are sending it to me. You see the guy who spoke from Ghana. He has a job to do. He went to Ghana, and this was supposed to be part of this from Kenya. You hear what he said to you. For the last year, he flew from here to Johannesburg to go and thank the Shah but for them, they come and say,
We're ready. Well, set your screen up.
You must not be a job of 7 days. You're expecting me to do it for 5 days. You're not know the difference. You know the difference. You don't know the difference. I signed a proposal for the 7 days training. And they say you don't have budget. I will wait in 4 days. You know what I want to participate in today.
Hello.
So you should appreciate a certain thing. I'm running a lot of this on my budget because I know what I might get from Extra Probation Council.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bryce King. I serve as the Supply Chain Director with Pharma Nigeria Limited. So I'll be making this presentation to help us appreciate supply chain.
Please. This place is our office and we are my topic.
We've been talking packaging for some time now. But packaging without supply chain means that you stay where you are with your packaging. So we're talking a lot of supply chain terms and terminologies that will help us to move not just our goods, information from one process to the other. Then the ultimate consumer. The essence of business is to make sure that the end product goes to the consumer that needs a service or the physical product. So we go ahead. So the outline of the presentation is as follows. We'll be talking about supply chain management. This is the same thing with logistics, supply chain. This is the same thing. Also look at the supply chain network. We look at the internal supply chain. Then we look at the company. And look at supply chain. We'll be looking at the offering company, but not the financial. The planning function. Look at how the bullwhip effect affects demand and supply. Then we look at the procurement function, corporate governance, and the activities of procurement. We'll dive in a little into international procurement, the use of importance. At the end of the day, we'll have a discussion at a class. Supply chain. Keywords combined together. Supply means get something for one place to the knowledge. Just like the eyeglass you were wearing, wasn't made for make somewhere else. Okay. And then supply to where you got it. So The chain, what does it mean? Links that links activities together. Links that brings processes and relationship together to create value for the customer. So if you look at the diagram you have on the right side of the board, you see arrows pointing to the organization and out of the organization to the customers. There are also links to show that the flow of information and links are linked together to form what we call the supply chain. Logistics moves goods, information flows. It flows this way, it flows there. That means there is an interlink. Information is flowing. So we don't just move goods, we move information. That's what makes up supply chain. So how do I describe now what supply chain is? It's a linked sequence of processes and relationships that an organization undertakes to deliver value to the customer. So there are links along the value chain, what we call the supply chain. These links are related, these processes are related to make sure that the customer is satisfied. This is a network of activities from suppliers to the ultimate end user. To help us understand how the link works, I want to watch a video at this point. Let me see whether you can play from here. Let's stop this.
It's not loud. Is it difficult?
Is this sharing from? Is this sharing from? Go to his audio on his Zoom. Go to his Zoom.
Stop sharing.
Change the screen. Change.
Yeah.
We can get more topic. If he goes to if audio zero Zoom. Oh. Take what audio you said? The microphone, make one do automatic and put it maximum. Yes. No, it's move automatic or something like that. Please. Princess.
That's happening. Hello and welcome to Gravitas Plus. I'm Palki Sharma Upadhyay, and this is what is happening in the world right now. The United States is running out of Thanksgiving turkeys and Christmas trees. Australia does not have timber to build houses. Russia does not have marbled beef and octopus in its restaurants. The UK is falling short of carbonated drinks. Car makers around the world are running out of chips. There is a shortage of toys, PlayStations, and Nike shoes. Why? The problem started in China in the year 2020. The Wuhan virus spread through the country. Factories are forced to close. As early as February 2020, Harvard Business Review was predicting a mayhem. It said the most vulnerable companies are those that rely heavily or solely on factories in China. It turns out most companies do. You see, China produces 28.7% of the world's goods. It exports goods worth $2.6 trillion every year, from toys to cell phones to laptops, makeup, bridal gowns. China makes all of them. It has cheap labor, it has low taxes. So companies invariably outsource manufacturing to China. It is called the world's factory. But in 2020, China's factory shut down. It could not supply goods to its customers, who had just enough stock to last 15 to 30 days. Then they fell short of supplies. On the 14th of February 2020, Fiat Chrysler Automobiles announced it is temporarily halting production at a car manufacturing factory in Serbia because it cannot get parts from China. Hyundai had to stop plants in Korea because of quote-unquote disruptions in the supply of parts resulting from coronavirus outbreak in China. This virus soon spread, overwhelming one country after another. Factory workers became sick or had to quarantine. Production came to a halt. What happened next? A global supply chain crisis. And to understand this crisis, we must understand what a supply chain is. A supply chain is a network that helps in getting a product from point A to point B. So point A is the factory, the place where the product is made. Point B is the retailer, the place from where you buy the product. Now, getting a product from point A to point B sounds simple. It's not. Take your iPhone, for example. Where do you think it's made? China? Well, yes, it says it's made in China, but China is just one stop along the process. Your iPhone is basically assembled in China. Its parts, the parts that China assembles, come from around the world. 43 countries to be specific. So you could say your iPhone is made in 43 countries. The chips come from Taiwan, the DRAM comes from South Korea, the boxes your phones come in are from the Czech Republic. And you'll be surprised to learn that Apple does not even oversee this manufacturing process. Foxconn does.
In short, a supply chain involves multiple players, tens of thousands of workers, several countries, multiple modes of transport. So one delay in one of the points on this chart, like a strike in the Czech Republic, can take the entire supply chain off course by days or months. Now, what happens if there is a crisis at several points of the supply chain? Say in Taiwan, factories are closed because of the Wuhan virus. South Korea's workers have been sent home due to a lockdown. In Czech Republic, truck drivers did not return to work. What happens then? The entire supply chain comes to a halt. It collapses. And this is exactly what was happening by mid-2020, going on to 2021. Demands were high, but supplies had stopped coming in. The United States ran out of ketchup. The United Kingdom ran out of milkshakes at McDonald's. Things got worse in the last few months when countries began reopening. People began going out again, making up for the year-long halt in shopping, checking things off their shopping list. They even began buying things that they wouldn't have bought had there not been work from home and social distancing, like home workstations, laptop tables, spare laptops, smartphones. Since the new normal needed people to spend more time indoors, they even began buying more homes and furniture to furnish those homes. While demand returned, supplies did not. Factories were still not working full scale. Not all workers had returned. Many remained unvaccinated. Many stranded on the wrong side of the border by closures. Transport workers were missing. So the market, you see, was not ready for this buying frenzy. The spike in demand first hit the shipping industry. 90% of the global trade happens via sea. The rise in demand led to the rise in the cost of shipping. It's simple economics. The more the demand, the more the price. Shipping prices rose 85.5% year on year, 85.5%. Consider the world's busiest route, China to US West Coast. The spot rate of last-minute bookings rose to $19,000. The average door-to-door shipping time for cargo went up by 70 days. And ports became overwhelmed with incoming vessels. As we speak, there are billions of dollars of goods stranded off the US coast, but there aren't enough resources to unload those supplies. With cargo containers stranded mid-sea, ports fell short of boxes. Who makes these boxes? The story comes back to China. It is October 2021, and the world needs more containers, but China's factories are closed again. In 2020, when the world needed masks and PPE kits, Chinese factories were closed because of the Wuhan virus. Now, when the world needs other supplies, Chinese factories are closing again, this time because of electricity shortage. China is running out of coal stock. Prices have skyrocketed and power plants are reluctant to buy more coal. So power supply has stopped to factories. Estimates say at least 44% of China's industrial activity has been affected by power cuts. The world's factory has stopped working for the second time in 2 years. You see, cheap labor is good. Low taxes are good for business too. But what global supply chains need is reliability. 19 years ago, China was hit by a SARS epidemic. Back then, China accounted for 4.3% of the world's GDP. When the Wuhan virus hit, China accounted for 16% of the global GDP. It had grown fourfold, placed itself at the center of numerous supply chains, and set the stage for a supply chain collapse. Now, as India prepares for Diwali, many parents may not be able to give their children a toy of their choice. America will not have enough Christmas trees to light this December. In the United Kingdom, stores have already warned customers that come Christmas, stocks will be limited and discounts bare minimum. Our supply chains are collapsing. And to be fair, China alone is not to be blamed for this. Lack of alternatives, lack of prediction and preparedness. The virus from China closed factories, but the world suffered because it had not invested in alternatives. The virus from China sent the UK's drivers and farm laborers packing, but Britain paid the price for over-reliance on European labor. The virus from China put American workers out of jobs, but America's botched-up unemployment benefits are keeping them from returning to work. Supplies are running out because ports are not prepared to handle increased traffic. Australia is not being able to build houses because it does not have alternative timber sources. China is the story's villain. But it's not the only one. Look at Russia. It is gloating as the United Kingdom runs out of fuel and Europe runs out of gas. Over-dependence on any country is a bad idea. It leaves scope for weaponizing supply chains, arm twisting nations. The supply chain crisis has taught us that it's time to rethink and re-evaluate global partnerships, create new alliances like the Quad, which aims to create alternative supply chains. It is also time to diversify global supply chains. Former US President Donald Trump had asked firms to move out of China. Japan is willing to pay firms to relocate back to Japan. Well, now is the time to remake those strategies. Also, the next time the world gives you Wuhan virus, be an India and aim for self-reliance. Don't be a US and run out of ketchup.
Very interesting video. What did we get from here? Supply chain is a network. Involves countries. An example was made with Apple phone. Apple phone is made in how many countries? 43 countries. Apple does not oversee any of those factories. Another company does. Physical. So what does Apple do? Apple contracted just one supplier. This supplier in the middle here, and this supplier contracts second-tier suppliers and also third-tier suppliers. So these are all part of the chain. If there's a break here, what do you think will happen? There will be no Apple phone. So supply chain is a network of activities, of processes. So this is an example of what supply chain looks like. What we have there with the suppliers are the upstream. The downstream has to do with the factories, the distributors, the retailers, and then down to the customer. So this is what the supply chain looks like. So as we go ahead, we see the evolution of supply chain. In the 1960s, there was nothing like supply chain. No Nigerian University of supply chain. We had demand forecasting as a unit, purchasing as a unit, requirements planning, production planning, they are all units in manufacturing. In the manufacturing environment, warehousing, material planning, packaging, inventory, distribution, order processing, transportation, and customer service. But in the 1980s, there was a combination of demand forecasting, purchasing, requirement into material planning, material management. In some companies still have material management today. And then warehousing, material hire, and packaging. And then physical distribution. This area made up what we call logistics. So where is supply chain? Who can tell us? What is supply chain? Under the 1980s. Yeah, under the 1980s. Do you think there was supply chain? I don't think there was no supply chain in the 1980s. In the 1990s, we had logistics. Logistics combines material planning, warehousing, physical distribution. When we say logistics, inbound logistics, materials coming into the factory, outbound logistics, materials leaving after production and end users. That's logistics. So what is supply chain? Supply chain is part of logistics. They're all part of logistics. So in the 1980s, we had material management encompassing planning, procurement. And then warehousing, material management, and packaging as another unit, and then physical distribution, that's outbound distribution. So in the 1990s, logistics was born. We have logistics manager, logistics director, and management. And in the 2000s, what happened? Information technology came into the whole picture. That was when supply chain was born. So supply chain involves technology, ERP systems, customer relationship management systems, strategic planning, business planning, let's say. So here you have logistics combined with information technology, supply chain comes in. So that is where supply chain is. Now let's look at the changing landscape. Traditionally, we didn't have procurement in the company. What we have is purchasing. What relationship between purchasing and procurement? Buying, stores, logistics, that's what we had. But in the modern time, we have procurement. We have the factories, warehouse and distribution, delivery and customer service, and demand forecasting. So procurement is policy driven. You want to do it. Whatever you have to do is how much is this I pay and you go on the spot buying. Procurement is more like that. Procurement is more relational. You build a partnership relationship with you so that you keep supplying me materials. That's procurement. Continuation. And then so you have to manage a relationship so that the person you're buying from will make you especially how do I put it? Right customer. Will make you a customer of first choice. So that whenever you need it, he gives it to you. That's procurement. Buying also means you must go with your money. Procurement means I can take, manufacture, and pay you later. That's what procurement is. Procurement can also mean hiring. Listen, I need a warehouse. I don't have money to buy a lease. Procurement professional is trying to develop contracts that will help you borrow or lease or hire materials. So for material has been given to you, you're using it, you have procured it. But you didn't buy it, you didn't purchase it because you didn't pay money outright to own it. So in reality, companies are practicing procurement these days. Manufacturing operations, procurement, new product development, S&OP, customer service. These are what make up supply chain. So for supply chain is more encompassing. They are all based in integration, integrated work environment. Supply chain management. We've seen what the definition. Look at this picture. Which one do you think is supply chain? Which one do you think is logistics? Which one do you think is supply chain? Which one do you think is logistics? My left side. Where is supply chain? This logistics, you're correct. Where is supply chain? Yes, supply chain. Supply chain has to do with information movement, data movement, funds, goods. Assuming we're a factory and we need a warehouse somewhere in the east. Supply chain will say, do we actually need this warehouse? How much of our goods is sold in the east? How do we deliver from Lagos directly? They will need to pay more to have a warehouse in the east. Supply chain will say, if we have a warehouse in the east, it will help the goods to be closer to our customers when we need it. That was supply chain does. The logistics man will kind of do the operation. He will move the goods to the east after the decision has been made. So supply chain has to do with decision making. We will combine data. Data means our customers are in the east. 90% of our sales are in the east, so we need a warehouse there. That's the data. Then what fund do we need? How much do we need? How much will the warehouse cost? How do we procure one? And then what amount of product for finished goods are we sending to the east? That means supply chain. So in simple terms, the supply chain consists of the procurement function, or inbound function. In some countries, they call it inbound function. They control goods and make sure they arrive at the factory where they are needed. Materials and inventory planning. This means someone must sit up and say, we need this amount of material each time to maintain an optimum inventory level. We need this amount of material to arrive at so time in the factory. When it arrives, that the manufacturing operation, those who convert the materials from raw materials into finished goods. And then where will it be stored? After storing, do the logistics. The outbound logistics to the distributors or wholesalers. Some companies sell directly to the end user, whatever it is. So this is how a network of supply chain looks like. From what I said earlier, this is the upstream and this is the downstream. The upstream starts with the suppliers. So the supply chain function extends beyond the organization. The suppliers are partners, part of the supply chain. The suppliers supply the material that the manufacturers convert into finished products. The finished products are taken to the warehouses or the distributors and distribution centers. From distribution centers, it goes to the retailers, and then to the customers that needs the goods. So supply chain is a chain. Let's look at what an internal supply chain is. An internal supply chain means within the firm, within the organization, within the business. So this describes the flow of information and other resources within an organization. This concept suggests that there are suppliers and customers within an organization. The procurement function is part of the internal supply chain. It is served by internal suppliers and or internal customers, and it serves internal customers. What do I mean? The procurement function receives requisition from the end user, or from the store, or from the manufacturing units. They process these requisitions into purchase orders. And when they say purchase order, it goes to the supplier. The supplier brings it back to the factory. So somebody was sitting in the middle. That's the procurement function. They convert these requisitions into orders, and finally into finished goods. So for this to work together, supply chain must work, must integrate. Look at the picture. Interact at it. These two people will get to the destination. They didn't get to the destination. With it? I don't think they'll ever get the what's wrong? What is taking wrong? No cooperation, no collaboration. So, in a firm or in an organization, the supply chain is working this way. There will be no collaborations, there will be no integration, they will never meet their goal. Because they are partnering for different directions. So, in the terms of internal supply chain, the whole chain must be integrated. There must not be broken chains. There's a broken chain here. Because eventually one half of the training will go this way, one half will go this way. And those will not bring synergy. This comes to where we need to manage the supply chain. This is a chain. It's single. They're not linked together. So the integration and management of the supply chain organizations and activities through cooperative organizational relationships, effective business processes, and high levels of information sharing to create high-performing value systems that provide member organizations a sustainable competitive advantage. That's what a supply chain is. We want to manage and integrate these processes and the systems so that value is created to the customer who is the end product. Internal supply chain network. In a given organization, everyone is involved in making sure that value is created. We have the supply chain support elements, the IT, the human resources, finance, the legal departments. They're all part of the supply chain. All of them supply data and information and support to the mainstream of the organization. And the supply chain core elements are the procurement, the operations planning, the logistics. If this group of individuals do not support each other, the customer will never have value. The customer will never be satisfied. The internal supply chain work together in an integrated mode to make sure that everybody is catered for. When we manage supply chain, what do we get? Better integration and better resource management. There is cross-functional and non-directional information flow. What do I mean by cross-functional and non-directional information flow? Information does not flow just in one direction. It goes this way and it goes the other way. So it's cross-functional. Enhances building of collaborative relationships, reduces costs, enhances value addition, gives an organization competitive advantage. Look at what is happening in the picture. Is there collaboration? Do you think there's collaboration? Look at what has happened. The book is about to drown. The company is not doing well. What is doing? It's not the same. It's not my department. Some employees say it's not my business. But eventually, when they drown, the company collapses. Everybody is involved. When your salary doesn't come, you will know that it's your business. So, to manage the internal supply chain better, there'll be more integration. Information is cross-functional. There are no silos. You know what is silos? Vertical lines. This department does not come in this department. If I go to your department to ask for something, you feel that I'm looking for information that's not important. Why are you asking for it? So the internal supply chain does not work like this. Share information freely, cross-functional and non-directional flow. Supply chain collaboration involves everybody being part of it. What has happened? Didn't change. So everybody must be on board. You want your firm or your supply chain to be collaborative, we must all get involved. So you want to win the supply chain game requires that supply chain professionals or everybody in the firm works as a team. Each player must understand his or her role and give his support. We must collaborate to develop strategies that will add value that the customer is willing to pay. So I want to talk about the planning process. The planning process is to create effective and long-range or short-range supply chain strategies. The planner will talk about what do we need tomorrow. That's short term. What do we need in 1 month? Medium term. What do we need in 2 years, or in a year, or in 3 years, or in 4 years? These are companies develop what we call 5-year plan, 3-year strategy. If you're not looking ahead, you're looking just for tomorrow. That means you're not planning. You eventually collapse because your competitors will take over the market because they have planned to succeed. When you don't plan, you plan to do it. The procurement process focuses on obtaining raw materials, components, and goods for tomorrow. Then in medium time, in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks, and then in 1 year, and in 3 years plan. Supply chain works like this to make sure that there is enough material flow and information flow in the system. Now, I want to talk about the planning function. What do they do? They manage the demand. They try to balance the supply and the demand. So they do demand forecasting and analysis, material planning. They also do production planning and then business planning, what we call yes and no. Are we familiar with yes and no? This sales and operations planning. So, sales and operations planning. So the planning function owns this. They get the demand from the marketing, they get the capacity from the factory, they get the materials from procurement, and they plan what we produce tomorrow, what we produce in 3 weeks' time, and what we'll be able to produce in the next 1 year. They also balance the capacities. The demand in the 3 years' time, we will plan to be able to cater for the demand. We need an investment. So supply chain supply chain analysts must make sure that we're looking ahead. We're meeting the demand, preparing them to be in a position to meet the future demand. So we try to balance supply and demand. And they do this by making sure there is enough funds flow, information flow, and raw material flow within the supply chain. Some companies depend on history. They push and the pull demand phenomenon. Push means you produce, hoping that there will be a demand. You produce free, and then the demand comes. I don't know why it's not. Okay. You make your products you keep it in stock, you buy down capital, waiting for the demand to come. Is it the best strategy? Most companies do this, and companies that depend on this gradually die off, go out of business. Because at times demand may not come. But some companies produce to order. That means they receive the orders and they produce to meet the orders. Those ones do not tie down any capital. Your working capital is liquid. Not liquid. But then you use your fund to produce to keep in the warehouse waiting for demand. That means what you have done is to by August last year we sold 20,000. So that means August this year we also sell 20,000. So you produce 20,000 waiting for the demand to come, and does not work that way. So how do we move out from the left, right, and go to the right side? Let's see what we can do. We want to do some demand forecasting using some techniques. There are 3 ways we can forecast demand. One, we can use history to predict the future. But you don't remember the factors. You can use what happened last week to predict what is going to happen this week. It may not be correct, 100% correct. We can get market data, do consumer surveys, obtain data, and analyze the data. Market data will also give us some history. It will also be what has happened yesterday. But what about what is happening now? We want to do some investment to get point of sale data. As it is happening now, some companies use scanners to record what is being out of the warehouse. Or at the sales terminals, they are recording what is going on. And that data you obtain at that point to the voice of the customer. That's the real data. So if we plan with point of sale data, we will have a focus 90% correct. It's difficult to have 100% correct. Very, very difficult. The different focus is up to 90% in a work class. It should depend on history, trend projections. You may be getting 50, 60%. And the other 40% of production will be in stock, waiting for demand to come. So we want to see this phenomenon called bullwhip effect. I don't know whether we have about it before. Bullwhip effect is a supply chain phenomenon, whereby small fluctuations in demand at a retail level can cause progressive larger fluctuations in demand at the wholesale, distributor, even at the manufacturer and raw material supplies level. This is named after the feed is involved in cracking a whip. We hold the whip, we crack it. Okay. So the whip is being held by the retailer or by the customer. Let's see what happens.
What's that? What's the cracking of a whip? What supply chain term is named for its resemblance to the cracking of a whip? That's the bullwhip effect. The bullwhip effect happens when retailers make inaccurate demand predictions, and the gap between supply and demand gets bigger and bigger up the supply chain. Here's a well-known example from history. Green Volvos sold really well mid-year. Volvo production made the logical assumption that green was the new black. In response, it churned out more green cars. But at the end of the year, Volvo had excess inventory. Why? The previous demand was due to dealership bargains meant to clear out an overstock of green cars. And in the end, the company faced the very problem it was trying to solve. Retailers make a guess about future customer behavior based on current behavior, often ordering a bit extra as a safety net. Wholesalers respond to retailers, often giving themselves a safety net by ordering a bit more, and so on, resulting in a larger and larger effect of the supply chain. By the time things get to raw material suppliers, the over-ordering or under-ordering, as the case may be, has increased exponentially, resulting in inefficiencies, loss of profits, and so on. The both effects can work the other way too, where one or more supply chain partners don't anticipate how popular a product will be, and in turn end up with shortages. If you've ever run from store to store during the holiday season looking for some must-have gift or toy, you know this one all too well.
It could be that the customer used to buy 5 cartons every week. He didn't buy for 3 weeks. He consolidated the 5 cartons, means 15. He comes and buy 15. I bought 15. Let me order 5 because we need to buy another 15 next week. There's other party for the manufacturer. I'm like, demand has increased. That means it's coming next week to buy order for 30. Let me keep 45 in stock. Because he has produced 45, he has bought more raw materials. The raw material supply will say, this guy has asked for double the amount of raw material. Let me increase my safety notes. I already wait for him to come next week. But that wasn't a real demand. The retailer was consolidating his demand for products. This is the results. Along the value chain, along the supply chain, we now have assets. Volvo was an example used there. The company had no vehicles. They didn't know how to do. They had to reduce their price to see whether they can sell it. At that point, they're not creating value, they're losing value. So we want to be careful that the data we get are correct. The data are not correct in the supply chain, it costs more money. So what are the causes of bullwhip effect? Forecasting demand based on insufficient information. Lead time issues such as manufacturing delays, less than optimal decision made by supply chain stakeholders at any point along the chain. For example, customer service or shipping, asking for more at a particular time. All you need to do every time is to ask, do you need it? Customers often, retailers waiting until orders build up before placing orders with their suppliers. A practice called under budget. Customer may have bad consignment. Say, okay, I don't want to go every week. Let me go once a month. And the next person online will misunderstand it, thinking it's real demand. Discounts, cost changes, and other price variation that disrupt regular buying patterns. It could be that the wholesaler reduce or doing promo. He reduces his price to be able to maybe get rid of some stuff that he has. So if you're not careful, you think it's real demand. It's not real demand. If you base your data or information on that, you'll be causing bullwhip effect. Inaccurate forecast from over-reliance of historical demand to predict the future. What can we do to reduce bullwhip effect or to avoid it entirely? Foster supply chain communication and collaborations. So the collaboration or communication between the retailer or the end of the line and the distributors and the manufacturers will solve the problem. Use of better forecasting and visibility tools. Enhance a demand-driven approach to supply chain management. Invest in getting real-time market intelligence, POO data, point of sale data. So technology will help us. So that each one that leaves the factory is recorded. Each one that leaves the retailer's factory. Some organization where I work, we track the goods given to the retailer. And we give the wholesaler the goods. We track who they have sold, who they have sold. We give them a kind of like a COT, commission on turnover. That turnover is based on what they have sold out of the stock we have given them. They have bought the stock in their own. We still give them commission on each one as they sell. So we track vendors actually selling so that we know when to reduce production. We're not tracking that, we keep producing things that are selling, you know, they are tracking it away. Before you know it, we have a supply chain crisis. So we want to invest in technology. Small businesses can invest in technology, use radio frequency identification. That will help you to be able to track your data. What does management want when it comes to volume, demand, and supply? This is what management wants. Everyone wants demand to meet supply. But is it what management gets? Think of what management gets. What management gets. You are doing it. It's very erratic. There's no market that is stable. Every market is volatile, especially when it comes to FMCG. It's very volatile. How can we reduce it? Better forecasting. You forecast better. If you get real data from the point of sale terminal, you'll be able to get a straight line that management wants. You may not get a straight line because there's no system that is perfect, but you can get 90% accuracy of your forecast. Now let's go to the procurement function. Procurement involves purchasing, hiring, leasing, borrowing. As I mentioned earlier, it reflects a more proactive, relational, strategic, and integrated role of the function in modern organizations. So, what are their roles? Supply chain monitoring, supply market monitoring, identifying potential source of supply, supplier evaluation and selection, processing of stocks replenishment, providing input to the preparation of specification for new purchases, negotiating, buying, and developing contracts, expediting our contract management, and some administrative work. This is what procurement involves. What is the scope? They buy goods, that's tangible physical goods you can take ownership of. They buy services. Service you cannot own it, but you can feel that the service has been provided. It confers the benefits, but there's no ownership of anything. If this room is clean, you will know. Is that not true? Yes. When you come in, you feel a service that somebody has cleaned it, but you don't own it. It doesn't result to any physical ownership. Procurement purchase constructional works. This building was constructed, and the procurement function negotiated the contract, managed it, and make sure it was completed. It also involved in maintenance, repair, and demolition of buildings. Let's look at types of procurement. Raw materials, the ones that can be converted into finished goods. Direct procurements purchase raw materials or goods for the sale. A retail or a supermarket purchase goods for the sale. So those goods they purchase for the sale are direct procurement. Indirect procurement are the supports. The consumables, computers, stationaries, those are indirect procurements. So raw materials, goods for the sale are direct procurements. Porter's value chain has divided direct and indirect procurement. They call it primary activities and secondary activities. So indirect procurement are the support activities, while the direct procurement are the primary activities. For an organization like the manufacturer, direct procurement will be bringing the raw materials and converting them into finished goods. These are primary activities. For a retail supermarket, it will mean buying goods, keeping them in the shelves, and selling them to the public. That's direct or primary activity. The support activities will be the HR, the computer support, IT, and all that. So, in Porter's value chain phenomenon, everything is leading into profit, the margin. The support activity and primary activities, if it does not produce money, then you will not be in business. So stock and non-stock procurement. Stock procurement are items that are purchased and kept in stock. We have storage, keeping them in stock. before we convert them to raw materials. Supermarket will buy and keep in the warehouse and then take them to the shelves. And the shelves get depleted, they bring and put in the shelves. While the non-stop procurements are normally items that are spent as soon as they are delivered. Normally spares and office equipment and capital procurements that are not usually kept in stock. In a world-class manufacturing environment, they are managed using just in time. Give them when you need it. So buying some of them are very costly. You buy them and keep in stock, waiting for when you need them in 2 years' time. But in raw material, you can buy and keep in stock and be using it depending on your lead time or where you are buying from. So let's look at the traditional objective of procurement or the supply chain function. Provide the right inputs, goods, and services required by the organization. Get the inputs of the right quality, deliver them at the right quantity, to the right place, at the right time, for the right price. This is what the traditional objective of procurement is. But what is it now? It has turned to service delivery. Serve the customer. And for you to serve the customer, you must make sure that you have the right product at the right quantity, at the right condition, to the right place, at the right time, to the right customer, at the right cost. It depends on what.
Part of what you should buy, you now sell it to someone that is 12.
If you are target market, you have a market where you know everybody will buy. Everybody is how do I put it? The standard of living is not so high, and you go and bring an Apple phone, fill the stock. Don't have the right customer for Apple phone in that environment. So you have brought the wrong item to the wrong customer. So it depends on your target market. So supply chain today wants to serve the customer. Everything is about the customer. Create value for the customer. So when we talk about creating value for the customer, what is value? How do we measure value? Value is the worth of a product or a service, and it's measured in two ways. What the customer is willing to pay for it, and what it costs the organization to produce or provide the item. We have a customer who cannot afford an Apple phone, and you produce an Apple phone. The customer is not willing to pay for it. It's not adding any value. So if you have a target customer base that requires an item phone or a techno, if you get techno at a very affordable price, that's added value. So what the customer is willing to pay for an item is this value. And value and what it costs the organization to produce it or provide the item. An organization creates value by performing its activities more effectively or efficiently than its competitors. To have competitive advantage, there are two things you need to do. Be a low-cost producer or differentiate your product. Product differentiation. Either you're a low-cost producer or your product is differentiated in the eyes of the customer. The customer sees the product as unique. But when it goes to the supermarket, he will ask for it. When I was growing up, it was Maclean. They want to buy people with Maclean. Then the market became closed up. People who want to buy people stay in closed up. So it's either they are producing at a very lower cost or not even differentiated. The customer knows it's closed up at once. If you give him another one, he will not take. So that means the organization producing it has added value to the product. In the eyes of the customer, the product is unique. So the supply chain or the procurement function plays a big role in creating value. How do they do it? We must make sure that inputs are the right and the right quality. Then you add reduce costs and enhance quality and very high value for the product. So the procurement function does this. What is the general objective of procurement function? Internal customer service setting and satisfy the input needs of an organization, giving advice on the best inputs available, the sources available, and available prices. Risk management, minimizing risk of supplier failure or supply disruption. See what we saw in the video. The procurement function tries to be self-sufficient, by being self-sufficient. They don't depend on one supplier. Everybody in the world depends on China. China, what happens? Our prices. So the procurement function tries to multi-source. So no one supplier first, cost control and reduction keeps costs reasonable, manages relationship and reputational, the reputation of the organization. It manages all the stakeholders in such a way that the organization is portrayed in a good light. The procurement function manages stakeholders. The procurement function is not well organized. What happens? Either you will lose your customers or you become less competitive. You lose your market share. The competition most times is among the supply chain of organizations. If the supply chain A belongs to another party, supply chain B belongs to my partner, you're buying goods at a lower cost, you have sought low cost suppliers, and I try to do that. I'm producing the pattern. What happens? I go out of the market because they have products will come to the market at a lower price. So that's what procurement does. So if procurement does all of this, what happens? You're creating competitive advantage. You're ahead of your peers. You're ahead of everybody in the game. So let's look at corporate governance in procurement. What is corporate governance? Rules, policies, processes, and structures within an organization that helps the organization to adhere to acceptable ethical standards, laws, and regulations. It is important to maintain good governance and standards because procurement professionals are in a position of trust. There still was the standard, the ability and trust of the profession and damage reputation because of fraud. Damage your reputation because of unethical practices. Some companies say they must source goods from sustainable sources. They must source goods from suppliers that want to invest in green technology. Companies who don't want to damage the environment. In US, if you source from a company that pollutes waste, that pollutes the environment, and consumers know you are sourcing from this company, they will boycott your product. So they must make sure that the sourcing is ethical, the procurement is sustainable. So key principles of business ethics and supply chain. A supply chain professional must be fair, accurate, and truthful. He must give the same information to all the suppliers at the same time. He must protect the confidentiality of information, fair hearing, not offering or accepting gifts or inducements. Individuals should make sure decisions are not made because of personal gain. So some companies develop these principles and make this to make sure that their supply chain is reputable. They respect this in what they do. The international supply, okay. I want to move over to international supply chain. This implies developing international or global person, imports and exports. We're coming to the end of our presentation. I know all of us are tired. So let's just look at this. We don't want to focus on arguments against or for international trade. We all know what it is. International trade stimulates economic activity, improves human rights and labor conditions in developing countries, improves relations among countries. More products are available for you to choose from. But some people say it encourages the exploitation of labor in developing nations, causes unemployment in developed nations, squeezes more domestic suppliers out of the supply market. It happens. Let's look at the documents required for international trade. On the exporter side, we provide the performance invoice, the bill of lading, packing list. Performance invoice is the first thing. It will enable the importer to issue him a form N. When he gets the form N, the goods are ready, and I provide the other document, bill of lading, packing list, sales invoice, certificate of origin and certificate of value, product certificate. Product certificate and performance invoice come together because product certificate is required for N processing. So these items or these documents are important. They are supplied to the importer for him to be able to create the goods. Your goods can be abandoned at the port if your documentation is not right. So you must make sure that the shipping documents are provided, and the shipping documents are from bill of lading to CCVO, while the pre-shipping documents are performance invoice and product certificate. So the importer must make sure you have the required documents, either NAFDAC certificate or the supply or the SunCap certificate, depending on the item. If it is food or chemicals, must have NAFDAC certificates. NAFDAC permission to import. If it is packaging, must have your SunCap certificate before you can proceed. So let's look at Incoterms. These are set of contractual conditions or terms that are adopted into international contracts. Incoterms 2010 specify obligation of the buyer and the seller. The Incoterms specify what the buyer will do and what the seller will do, the role of each person in the trade. It identifies where delivery should be made, who insures the goods in transit, what level of insurance is required, and who raises particular documents. There are 4 groups of entities. The E groups, the seller only duty is to make goods available at his own premises. The F term, the seller will take care of all pre-carriage duties, but the main carriage arrangement is the responsibility of the buyer. The C term, the seller arranges for carriage of the goods, but once they are dispatched, it has fulfilled its obligation. What the D terms mean, the seller responsibility is sent to the delivery of the goods to the specified destination. It is liable for damage or loss in transit, insurance, and so on. Now, I want to look at the terms. S-Works. When you hear S-Works, you know what it means? S-Works. Yes. The factory's premises or the factory's warehouse.
When we go to the
means
no, it gives the exporters warehouse to the ports.
No, hold on. Exports means it's just S-mine production. S-mine production. Is in the fire of the exporters factory. Or the exporters warehouse. Wherever they were, if the warehouse in the factory, it's still there. That's exports. FCA, free carriage. It means the exporter has undertaken to do free carriage for the importer to a named place. FAC, free alongside ship. That means the importer has paid for the goods, the exporter will take responsibility to take it to the ship. FOB, free on board. You take it to the port. No, just take it to the port of origin. If I'm exporting and arrangement is FOB, I will finish producing in Lagos and take to Apapa. I've done my work. The importer will take the responsibility of the port down to wherever he wants it to. CFR is what we use mainly in Nigeria. We are filling for M is CFR, cost and freight. That's the main thing we use in Nigeria. Most companies do either CIF or CFR. CFR means insurance is not involved. Why? C and F means cost, insurance, and freight. PPT, carriage paid to a named destination. CIP carriage insurance pays to a named destination. DAT delivered to a particular terminal. That means the exporter and the importer will agree to a terminal he's delivering it to. DAP delivered at a place.
CPT, carriage pays to. That means the importer pays for it to be delivered at a particular distance.
Yeah. DP, delivery duty paid. So the exporter will deliver it to your warehouse. And pay for DT, and pay for carriage, and pay for everything. Just deliver it to your factory. Destination agreed.
On board,
The parties will decide the income they want to use. The parties will agree. But in Nigeria, the most frequent income is PFR. But most times, if it's an airfreight, you can use DP too. You can also use DAP if you want to do DHL. Most of DHL will pay for everything.
Which one is more?
Which one?
In Nigeria, if there's this COVID, that means we have to arrange for a clearing agent who will take it from where you're button it from. You have to pay a clearing agent who will do everything and send it to you. The fact they're good with the manufacturer's factory. They appoint a clearing agent or forwarding agent who will go there, pick it up, and send it to you. That's free on board. No, that's not free. That's just works. Free on board means I will produce and take it to the port. Then you take it from there. Then you take it to the port.
You pick it to the port. Something on the container.
That's very much. Your headquarters in this city,
you take it to the terminal. And it's only on the ship.
Yeah. No.
So the importer will pay for the carriage, pay for everything.
Pay for
his contract. What's the safer means I will produce, take it to the port, onboard it, and take it to Ababa. When it gets to Ababa, I've done my work. So your work begins, the importer's work begins from Ababa. I must make sure it gets to Ababa.
So, the plan has been that once I produce that from my factory, the customer takes care of this. Yes.
So we are doing exports. We're doing exports. They're doing exports. So this is the end of my presentation.
Based on the supply chain, the information you give about China. Now, if my manufacturer sources raw material from a country, that raw material happens to be like, it's just unique to that country. Something happens, like the COVID epidemic, whatever. What happens? You advise that we shouldn't
single source. Single source. But should be doing multi-source.
to that country.
In that kind of situation, you must find contingency measures. You must make sure you have some level of stock. Enough. So we have to for some months in case there is a disruption. You follow information. Information is part of the supply chain, getting certain information. So if your supplier values you and considers you as customer of first choice, you must give you the information. So that's why integration and collaboration comes in. You must collaborate with the supplier, you must give any information, and you must have stock in your warehouse to cater for this kind of thing. You know, most times, epidemics or natural disasters, they don't last forever. If you have a stock that can last you for 4 months, you'll still be able to be in the market until you go from very early position. Other question? We said a lot of things. I was putting a lot of questions since I'm live.
Questions were asked as well.
The students don't ask.
So thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a long day.
Very long day.
We just have to finish. It's not my fault. Yeah. Getting worried. Next one and the final one that everybody here needs to talk to me. I was very, very clear to request if this thing you to me. I told you so. It will take because in a 7 days you want me to do it for the
They won't pay down.
See, you are speaking on your own side. I have a mercy and I have to deliver what I have to deliver. Because what is more important for me is more than the food. My arrangement of food have nothing to do with food. Not part of the arrangement. The arrangement of food was purely yours. See, anybody who wants to get up now and go, no, this is very free. Look at the person who represents you. She has the whole instruction. Yeah.
That she's been like, we need like 5 minutes to celebrate.
Really? Ah.
I'm actually hungry, super hungry. I just am not.
and packaging.
And packaging.
I did not see you tell us why you decide to choose which material.
Okay, just like I said, I chose this presentation, I chose dehydrated strawberries.
That is the product.
Yes, that's it.
That's the package
that's it.
that you're using.
I said I recommend PET, that is the test, because this dehydrated strawberry now needs to be stored in sealed plastic bags or airtight jars.
When you say PET, you were in the factory with us yesterday.
Yeah.
Is it jar? Is it bottle? Is it pouch?
No, like a plastic.
You will understand the question. Because you will be, yes, PET could be a semi-rigid, it could be rigid.
Yeah, rigid now, because that can be made.
But I didn't hear you say that.
Sir, I said here, PET is a suitable plastic material for making the jar. It is light and it's made to be rigid, which makes it more impact resistant. It helps to protect the food inside the packaging. So if there's and the
Anybody want to ask a question, but you still go back and prepare this as a one you are done with your ID folder. It's of that group. You can get engineer Bright to go on that group and guide you so that at the end of the day, we are looking at quite a number of things. We are not only consider the secondary packaging and the tertiary packaging in the conversation. We did not even look at how it will look like when it is in the market, in the shelf.
I said the shelf life.
No, the shelf life is different from
Okay, the packaging.
shelf life. We're talking about 24 and expiry date. We are talking about in 3. How does it look like in the store on the shelf compared to other people?
I have some pictures there. I don't know why they could have used that to explain what it look like.
Because even if you don't show them, if you tell them so that you can. You don't need to show everything. So tell us. When you were here, yes, you did not mention anything concerning that.
Okay, for the finished product, like you can see for this is a bottle. You can see that this one here has a pattern on it. That's the secondary, the tertiary packaging. So for this one, it's like 3, but for the strawberry, it's not going to be like that. We're looking at
okay. These items that are here, are they all for the same person?
Yes, that's
one is glass.
Yes.
The other one is plastic.
Yes.
Why the person is using plastic and glass at the same time?
Well, he said it's depending on specifications. When he takes them to some people don't accept glass, some accepts plastic. That's why depending on specification.
I think now why maybe the person is using different ones, which may not extend the shelf life or may not be comfortable with the product, or because of the zero knowledge of marketing.
No, this guy is already exporting. Let me explain. Like this one in the bottle, they are up to like 12. And very many bottles measured like 2 cups of honey. So you can use one. Yes, for the hotel. So we produce it based on specifications. What we want. For those that have the honey farm, what you want. So like this ones are glass packaging, these ones are rubber, plastic.
Yes.
Maybe they are for different markets. Yes, they are for different markets. Okay, they are for different markets. Thank you. But they are for different markets. So for the strawberry, it's not going to be like this. It's going to be more like just the primary packaging, the pouches, and then the labels on it. It's not going to be in this form.
Why you also did not show us the back of this label? Because with the front, For me, I think it's not complete as a label. Because we have the back label, this particular one you're showing us.
No, I don't.
It's only this front.
I
Does
don't
not have the back label.
I don't have.
Have you seen the product yourself?
Yes, I've
Does
seen
he have the back label?
Yes, he has everything.
He has the back label.
Yes, sir.
And you are aware of all the things that need to be written on the label.
Like in my region, this is the only company that is finished. This is the only person, like in this sector, in the honey, he's the only one that we can actually say has every year that is ready, that its packaging is okay.
So this
Like these other ones I have here, he's even has the intelligent and smart.
on this one.
Yes, these ones I have,
Okay.
the packagings are good, but you can't find any of them.
This one has smart and intelligent. What is smart and intelligent?
Okay, there's the I think the back,
Yes, he has. So let her tell us. He's here in Nigeria. When
he has the barcodes are there, but it's not just like you said, this is just one view, like these round ones are like.
Yes, barcode does not make it intelligent.
Okay, smart.
It does not make it smart.
So what makes it? You don't have a QR code that makes it. Oh, okay.
So now we got you. What did they say in the class? That is
So what makes it that the part is
no, let us follow.
What are the codes there for the QR and all? Is it not for traceability? Like the code is there.
You see, the purpose of doing this thing is for us to understand whether the thing you listen to in class, you understand it better. Because now they talk about smart and intelligent packaging. No, what you understand as smart and intelligent packaging is not what is said.
Okay.
If this honey is spoiled now, will the packaging be able to tell you that it is spoiled? That's what intelligent packaging is about.
Okay, so what are the QR codes and all of that? What are
Those are what yes.
okay. Identification. And that is under water.
Let us not mix up the conversations.
No, I just want to
When we
understand.
say packaging, when you say packaging is smart and intelligent,
okay,
the product should be able to tell you
It means
its condition. Yeah, sensors, yes.
the packaging.
Yes.
They will change color to show that the product is no longer safe for consumption.
Let us not waste plenty of it. So now you know where you have, yes. So you need to go back and look at this. Who is the next person? Because we take only now.
Okay. So the codes, the barcode that you're talking about is to identify the products in the chemical.
Those are about traceability.
okay, and they're not
All
right. Okay, in the absence of any more questions, I'll take my seat.
You need to go and write it up and submit it to me.
And packaging material is aluminum and combination of aluminum and yes, aluminum. I also have another polyethylene. I also have another suggestion of like tin can and glass. And the situation of glass and tin can, it might not be easy for our SMEs based on the cost effectiveness and handling. Secondly, glass. So I suggest SMEs that are just starting should go for aluminum laminates. And the reason why I choose aluminum laminate is that it's cost effective, it's airtight, it does not allow fellow factor to communicate, it's customized, you can click on it directly. And when it comes to issue of design you have to be simple, it has to be attractive. Do not use too much color so that it will not make the whole thing mess up and all. Then in the issue of labeling your products from what we want, we're going to have a front view and a back view, which is the front view, the physical display panel, and the back view, the information display panel. Then a situation where you have your physical display panel, physical display panel, the front view, there are some information that is not needed for the front view, like the product name, your brand, your net weight. Then then the back view is about the content, the production dates, manufacturing, the expiry dates, and so on. And also, I also will advise my SME to make use of QR code. Because the reason why I suggest them to make use of QR code is that it is advanced functionality. And it helps the brand owners to get feedback from customers about their products. Thank you.
What you want to answer a question? Or you can take it back.
To advise your customers to have
This thing is recorded though.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stephen from Lagos office, Lagos Southwest. Now, the product I'm talking about is cocoa, and then by the time you add value to it, you get chocolate. Chances of the opinion that cocoa should not be exported in law is chocolate. Okay. So hence, chocolate is what we're talking about. Now, there's a particular chocolate company in Nigeria called those chocolates totally produced in Nigeria. Now, for the in Ondo State. Yes, I'm from Southwest, Ondo State. So for those, I've actually bought it once. And before I came for this program, I didn't really know much about the property. I noticed that the chocolate actually rubbed off on the body of the packaging. Now, it comes to packaging. According to one of the facilitators, she said packaging is a silent advertiser for a product. Now, what are the properties I'm supposed to advise this company for? Now, I would like to use polypropylene coated with aluminum foil so as to avoid it being rubbing off on the nylon. Now, for design, chocolate is actually what most men like and children. So I'll go for blue or red color. Red for love, blue for happiness. That's for me. Then contrast for the primary packaging, like I said, polypropylene coated with aluminum foil. That's for the primary packaging. For secondary packaging, I'm looking at cardboard box. For secondary packaging, then for the cardboard box. Now, we said that we could be in nylon form of sweets, or the one where you know, so two types. Then the one that you wrap, whereby it's like you have to unwrap it, and the one that probably is the seed, you have to probably say it off. That person says that it will be packed maybe in 24 or in 30 for space.
So the cardboard will now be what? Primary, secondary, or
like I said, the cardboard will be the secondary.
Okay. And then the primary will be what?
The polypropylene coated with aluminum foil.
Why coated with aluminum foil?
So I'm going to be rubbing or just not to in contact. Like I said, migration to eliminate any form of migration. And just avoid contamination on the long run. Like we all know, chocolate probably could last between a year or 3 years, depending on the product that's been used to produce it. I also advise them probably you need to go for more.
You didn't take into consideration temperature.
That was said between a year or 3, depending on the what was used to produce.
Chocolate, one of the biggest headache with chocolate smells.
Smells, yes. So right now, on the labeling, on the body, probably they will set out it will be stored. Example now, if you go to like something like all these big shops, you have them on display shelves where there's AC. So most likely the issue of it melting off eliminated. And for the labeling, like I said, blue color or red color. Then also regarding the language.
Why blue or red?
Now, last debate, blue has to do with feminine relation. Most ladies, they rather want to talk about the blue. I've had this from subjects to
the generalization because I think you should focus on the target market. And even the market, that's a segment of the market. And people will find red as so I think all of the market.
Things are not material for the so we also have also there's also now that is necessary is NAFDAC registration number, which shows that at least has gone through regulatory authorities that will approved. And if you came to the US, also to understand what's the FDA requirements for you to enter the US. So if you get into Arab country, is it Allah certified for you to enter those places? For African countries, most times the regulations are not stiff. So you can easily work. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the background. So also regarding the packaging labeling, expiring dates, production dates needs to be consciously put in.
Why not best before?
Thank you, sir. Well, according to my little understanding, over time when it melts, it expires. And if it stays for too long on the shelf, it expires, sir. Then also, there must also be.
Food generally use
Thank you very much. Also, there will be QR code for the functionality that it brings to the store that you're taking abroad. Then also, I want to speak about the tertiary packaging, which will be in a pelletized form or in shrinked film, depending on the country they are going for or the person wants to buy what are the specifications. For an exporter, by the time you are dealing with the person that wants to buy your goods, you will give certain specification in the export contract. So this would now as well determine what especially packaging would look like. I think thus far, these are the little things I've seen for now. Is there any question I'm open to answer?
So this is a product from your community now or from your region that you want to work on.
Yes, sir.
So you go back and put this proper in a very good document that you sell, and we'll do that.
Yeah. So there is so much benefit I'm not sure from all the presentation I know. Does that mean that if you are going to raise the value because I know you are good compared to you know what you want.
It's not wire, it's wireless. It's not wire.
Code will replace value with the best thing
we want to make it special.
Like barcodes. One is customer oriented, one is barcodes allows you and all that the system such that the consumer can scan and get information like the barcodes. So you have more information depending on the QR. I will use the video a lot better than the so that will help you. So barcodes are doing this thing because as the technology in IT, Somebody was looking at the back. And then someone helps you interact with it. You have the guidelines and not that changing up. So you can start with your back.
Have you closed the document?
The money will be
You close it. And I think you open your
You can say like that.
I think what will be the direction the technology is going. Barcode is going on, whether you like it or not. You see this part.
Strong technology and corporate because they are bringing two different levels.
No, they're not going to do it.
What's here? And they are going to practice that. This one depends on human knowledge. Everybody is saying you are about to get
Point that way, see this particular office where you're sitting. The owners of this office, the place where I need help have to do with. They do not use barcode for track and trace.
They cannot even use barcode for track and trace. They can use for
QR, yes, QR code is the future.
Why I said given that so we need to stop what we are saying to understand. So that's not we are saying on our own, we need to all together. Of course. That is exactly what I was saying. You involve more money than using barcodes. That's the fact. If somebody does not have the money for QR code, I can take out the barcode. But the feature is QR code.
Barcode does not take you to your website.
Okay, what is your website?
The person who was making the day before said clearly there is some of them you have to pay money for.
Yeah.
And it gives the different value. For a QR code, it can take you to consumer website, it can give you a lot of information. It won't tell you how many people have purchased the thing, how many people have scanned it. All these are not available. And then the planning I do not give you real time information.
Being more confused. Remember in the class days ago, I was the one that asked the question, and then the answer was that because from what she realized that they have different functions. I don't know, maybe now you can fight that. And she said further that the QR code is more product the barcode is product oriented, while the QR is origin oriented. So and he said that does many ask this, does the QR code start and trace the what he made us know that time go for this today. What if our next man I am using the mind that is like both of somebody will on the back. She said there are different functions, but now I am getting it.
You know what? You know the beauty of learning. We that are standing here, we are also students. You that are also there, you are lecturer. The assignment that I will now drop for everybody. If you have what is called being, you know the name I call being. You have been available. You know, yeah, it's almost full. Have been. What is the difference between QR code and barcode? It will give you its opinion and it will give you more than 20 references. In 1 second, I will give you. Being is AI intelligence. AI, that is what I said. You see, for me and for you, we come from different places. When I went to Ghana, Uganda here. But Ghana is already using, I did not see Nigeria. Every environment on top of it is very cross Togo and the entire Ghana you see it. Each of them is different. It's not to say that they do not see the barcode. Technology is everything is evolving. If Nigerian government understand the importance of the QR code, it will become immediately mandatory. Why? Because the government at the moment is after taxes. A lot of people are selling products that may not releasing the bank. If you have it on top of all the time, you don't face anybody to this 1 million, they expect to know where the 1 million has gone. If they're outside Nigeria, we will know. If they're within Nigeria, we will know. So technology keeps changing. We have already started a conversation with NAFDAC on pharmaceutical now. It's not a debate you want to have, whether you have you will not have the QR code.
I'm not saying if you have the code.
Yes.
You are just going to check the blessing back home.
No, in the pharmaceutical industry, is a very, very strong regulation. It's a lot of bodies that have been put in place because pharmaceutical is more sensitive than food. Let us not, you see, we are learning. When we go back on that platform, we can ask more of those questions. And if you see anything that is contrary to what you think was said, the lecturer is not the know-it-all.
That's our specialization. That's what you said.
Yes, that is our specialization of knowing that. I'll give you an example. I went to a doctor one time and we had a long conversation. And I told the doctor what I read online. He told me, look, I studied in the UK for 15 years. You cannot tell me that they use antibiotics to treat ulcer. It was a long conversation, and then when I brought it tomorrow when it's me, because internet doctor. Because different people have this what they are not. There are some people that are up to date with knowledge. Next person.
My name is Oge Obiada. My name is Oge Obiada.
One house. One house.
And I'll be talking, my product today is of mushroom. And I have two reasons for choosing mushroom and product development partners in the headquarters. Number one is because it's time in this training because we are on the verge of inviting the institutions to the headquarters to ascertain for an exhibition of their products, to ascertain their export readiness, check quality, their packaging, the labeling, and all whatnot. So this training would help me as I go back to the office to look at their products and know if they're doing the right thing. And then, but the second one would be because mushroom is a superfood because it helps cancer. It has an anti-cancer agent, and the market for mushroom is Europe. It makes it safe haven for Nigerian exporters to go to Europe. There are other places, other continents where for Europe is like 30, it has 30% of the total world imports. So most Nigerian exporters export to Europe. Then the third paragraph. I have please. I have suitable packaging materials for mushroom. We have the bags. Let me start with the bag. If you're not, I would advise them that if they're not exporting it, the one for domestic use to be used within Nigeria, they can go for a recyclable plastic bag or even a reusable pouch that can be in the kitchen. You use and maybe you put all that stuff when you're done using. Or made from a CPP film backing material with an attractive design, of course, highlighting the products correctly and is used for short-term use. But for the exporters, if you intend to export, that means you can actually even have the recyclable bag, plastic bag, and you can also have the mylar bag. This is like the most used bag for export of mushroom. Even the Polish people use this mylar bag for mushroom exports. So hold on. It helps to it keeps moisture and gases away from mushroom when it's packaged in it, and it helps keeps its potency, makes it fresh. It can be in this mylar bag for a very long time. It's a clear material made from polyester resin. Yesterday when we went to the factory, we were shown resin, the white stuff in the bag from their raw materials section. So this mylar bag is a clear material made from that resin that was shown yesterday.
Wait. Is there something that is still missing that we did not say here? The polyester resin must have been added with something else. It's not only the
Yes,
present.
I was going to that.
Okay.
It comes from a lamination to foil, not just that the resin, it's laminated with foil. Then special lightweight metallic material that is about 4.5 micron, that's the thickness. Then another packaging material for mushroom.
No, let's still go back to do you remember when we talked about absorber? Does
Yes.
anybody remember?
Yes.
Scavengers, not yes, scavengers, yes, that is what you should emphasize here. That is what will take out those gases. It's not just
Foil.
yes, when you talk about taking out the gases there, you are referring to those scavengers that were mentioned. Did anybody remember the scavengers?
Yeah.
What did they say about the scavengers? No. I'm sure there are very strong things like yes, it can. Scavengers, there are for different, yes, there are the ones that will take out moisture. There are the ones that will capture the oxygen. You are missing out there. Possibly that is what must have been incorporated in those bags. And when you say bag, it's like saying when somebody say bottle, what comes to mind? Which kind of packaging material comes to mind? The bottle is not a glass, bottle is also plastic. Now start having bottle paper. So when you say bag, it's very good to say clearly what kind of packaging material it is. Otherwise, it will be misleading. So you will say it is plastic bag.
Okay,
and if you want to go further, you state clear what kind of plastic it is, because plastic is. So when you just say bag, it could be misleading. It's then like when somebody say bottle, there's paper bottle. Yeah.
I explained the first one when I said for short term, I explained the product.
When you say bag, you just say a recyclable plastic bag. Which of the recyclable?
The one made from CPP film material.
Okay.
Is it dry mushroom? Yeah, it's dry mushroom.
But why also you're not looking at fresh mushroom? I see everybody talking about dry.
The distance from the plant.
No, you see, when everybody talking about dry, it gives me the impression that they are still in the olden days. The mindset has to be that it is, yeah? Molecule is more expensive than the right one. How do you add value to it? You come with a packaging material. You come wait now.
Getting there. Why that one?
When you're talking about adding value to it, does not mean this means that on all location it has to be processed. If you carry dry, fresh strawberry from here to Europe, people will not look at it. I am telling you, because they have fresh one. A lot of people go to the market here to go and buy dry pepper. Me, I tell my people, why do you want to buy dry pepper when you can get a fresh pepper? In some countries, they will never even look at powdered milk. Somebody come and say, you will use powdered milk in Nigeria. It looks strange. They take fresh milk. It's fresh milk. It's for a level of poverty. and lack of technology, people will begin to sell you powder milk. If you take powder milk to some country like India, nobody will buy. It's like removing water from the product, and then after you not add water before you don't want to use it. Why do I want to do like that? A lot of people will prefer fresh. It's like you going to buy fish. You say you want fresh fish. You know the value of fresh fish is really different from the value of dried one. A lot of people ask for stockfish. The owners of stockfish, they don't eat it. You have removed all the nutrients already, and then you're giving to somebody to eat. So for me, if I see fresh mushroom and I see dry one, I will pay more for the fresh one. When we say adding value, it's not just in terms of processing. What makes it more expensive? If it becomes more expensive, that is the value you're adding to it. So if you come with a packaging that can keep that product within that moisture limit, within that temperature range, people not importing frozen fish into Nigeria. So why are we talking about cold chain is expensive? The people in your area, when they sell frozen fish, how do they refrigerate it? It's cold chain. It's just because to an extent we have not understand the technology, so we think it's expensive. On my street, in everywhere in Lagos, where you have people selling, they call it, it's frozen. There are no two ways about it. The people that are bringing chicken and turkey from Cotonou is frozen. So if they can sell frozen chicken, fish, even beef, why can you not sell vegetable in the cold chain? It's a matter of reducing the temperature and having the right container and then having the right package. Yes. The people that are selling those things on the road, they are not anywhere near close to SME that they have. The people that are in their house are selling it.
Even though this is totally transparent and provides excellent protection for these mushrooms, it's also moisture resistant, however, heavier and fragile. I would not recommend the exporters export with glass jars because in transit anything can happen. You could crush, and before you know it, your product is contaminated. The third one is the plastic. You can use plastic to package mushroom because it's lightweight, of course, and it maintains freshness, even though not as much as a glass would. It's also prone to cracking and breaking. Product quality specification.
You see the three now on the first one. You see that? Yeah. It looks like a duplication. When you talk about bag, it was plastic. When you come again to talk about plastic, it should have been.
No, so what I meant is the plant like PET bottles. When you use PET bottles for this one to export, it's prone to damage in transit.
Yes, plastic. That one again is plastic.
And this one is CPP, or the other one is PET.
They are plastic.
But this is better.
I'm not saying it's not better when you're classifying them, you give the impression that this plastic is different from the other. So they should have been in the same category. You get my point? Because you give the impression that this plastic here is different from the other plastic. Even with the CPP, you can go further to break the different plastics that are possible. At the moment, there are other plastics that are breathable that you can also still use. Let us not, you can take a bath so that will not, because of your contact. But the one perfect it and give me the design and the mock what they look like and then send to me.
Hello, one class.
One class.
What I learned from the training from one is the out from the future to the technology, which I will advise our SME and exporters in the states.
See, just take a product from your area and focus on that.
The product in the states that is that is being exported right now is cassava flour. Cassava flour have been very, they are already got a very quality packaging of cassava flour, courtesy of collagen. And anyone can see this. They are always exporting this to UK and to Canada. But what they take away from this programs, I want to advise them on smart packaging. I want to advise them on smart packaging for transportation. I want to also advise them on some enabling laws when you are really living. For example, I will do this in October next week because we are having a program with Impact Initiative Plantation. They're going to empower some women from the past. So this one is going to be a test. I'm going to tell them appropriate ways to improve their packaging to meet international market. So I'm not really doing enough for Friday because I was thinking I'm going to be a boss.
You can take a bow.
Thank you, sir.
So go and perfect it and then send to see. Let me repeat. See, everything that you are doing is recorded. I will take time to look at it against what you are sending. So when you see your grid, you know that this is what.
Another product I want to mention is spices. You can see this spice is already in UK, South Africa.
What's the brand? What's the name?
It's IGS Spices and Fruits.
It's been there for 20 or 30 years.
Yes. So these people have not. They don't have smart packaging for now, and I want to improve.
When you see them again, tell them that you saw me.
IGS.
They inherited it from their mother.
Yes, sir. So thank you.
So you are doing a great job. You are the one managing them.
Yes, you are fine.
Don't claim when they have success with that. Oh yeah.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, so mine, I think do like
Start with your introducing yourself.
okay, my name is Zambina from Product Development Department. I decided to do my own product soap. Okay, my own product is soap. I decided to do soap first of all because
You say your name is Amanda.
yes.
Okay.
This is my graphic design. You can see Amanda Brook Lemon Clear Essence because I'm actually very obsessed with my skin. So I should have the passion for it before I will tell.
What is the name of the which one is the name of the company now? Where is the brand name?
Yeah. Group.
The group is the branch.
So what is the company name?
What's the company name?
There are plenty things that are required. This is a brand. It does not have owner. That is what it means.
So you're talking about the soap itself, the illustration of the soap, right?
No, the package. The pack there shows Amanda Brook soap. Then it goes there and shows Amanda Brook is Amanda Brook the name of the company.
Yes, that's the name of the company.
But yes, that way it does not show as being the name of the company.
Okay, so there's a way I can.
I think that's your log sign there. It should have been the name of the company. Since this one is the name of the soap,
Because this is actually my logo.
that's why the name of the company.
Yeah, and so that's the logo there.
Yeah, but if the name, if that is the soap cannot be in the logo.
You need the soap, not Amanda Brook.
Just Amanda. Yeah, that's
Amanda Brook.
yeah, that's
Okay, continue.
okay, basically, okay, like I was saying, because I'm literally obsessed with my skin. I love all this beauty, I love staying fresh. And I decided to come up with a concept that, okay, find love again, feeling fresh.
Today, when they were talking about tagline today, did you hear that part? Did you hear anything about like tagline?
Yes.
Did not hear. Did anybody hear anything tagline today? No, the question I asked is different from what you asked. Did you hear when somebody today was talking about tagline?
Part of branding.
So when you are trying to explain, if you do not use the right terminology to explain this, it shows that you are not literate. You see, when Amit was talking today, Amit was throwing the baby grammar that are related to what you need to know.
Okay.
That is the only difference that we show that you were in this class. Because you still go back and use the same language before. When you are trying to talk about branding, you should look for the right terminology to use.
Okay. So for the packaging, because yesterday I spoke to some people from Sonex and I told them, okay, what is the right packaging for soap like this? And he said it's best to use the paper shrink wrap laminated with hot melt adhesive for the soap wrapper coating, so that it's because it's waterproof and it will make the soap absorbent and protect from moisture damage. So that was what he advised me to use for the soap. Also,
is this packaging floral or paper?
No, the inside is the carton.
Yeah, he is not using floral. Yes, this is the in what we do have. We have some variety of MDB.
This is a box.
Yes.
Box. No, it's a box.
So
go sit down, let another person come. We are running out of time. Please don't you know what they are saying. We know those who know what they are saying. No, maybe it's brief. The people are tired already. But right, more details when you're submitting. Come down.
I've been privileged to visit law. I've been privileged to visit a couple of cashew processing companies. And based on the knowledge I've gained from this training, I'm sorry, I want to leverage on the knowledge I've gained on this training to see how I could advise them when I get back. So I will project the picture and then point out one of the things that I feel add to their packaging. I'm just going to be very picture here. There's one stop that will not stop me. No. Sorry, just a minute. I was just trying to explain something. If you could recall, that first day I was explaining something to you. I said, this woman, the top covering her bottle was too tight in such a manner that if you open it, you struggle to open it. So it was not too for family. And before when we was speaking to them, complained that one of the challenges that people have is trying to open the top bottle.
That part is called the closure. There are two things that are there. So I don't know what you're talking. Are you talking about the closure? Are you talking about the
it's too tight, it's strong to open it. Once you don't open the top bottle,
when you remove the lid,
cover,
yes.
You see, my regional coordinator then was even struggling to open the.
That is what it's supposed to be.
The pot.
Yes.
It's meant to protect it.
Yes, it's meant to protect the product. On the one hand, but if you want to open it, you shouldn't stress it like that.
So let me tell you what they should have done. They should have done like a tag. Yes, so that yes. You see, when you then have it round already, you have a small part of it that so when the induction chilling machine to weld that on it, you can take that one to immediately pin it out.
I think that's packaging that appears as if
Are this what the person want to ship? I did not see tamper evidence proof involved here.
that's why I'm saying I will leverage on knowledge and things. Okay. Because if you look at it, then in fact this woman, she even has she got past it. So to ask her now, if okay, she's good to go. Packaging.
I see people using hand to carry the cashew. Yes, I feel that you cannot tell me the girl has it and then somebody sitting hand to carry contact you.
But she actually got 50 benefits free of charge.
Go back, I think person who is using hand.
Okay, the point I'm trying to
Is a haram for you to yes. Why did they not put on hand? They are using hand for hand, yes.
These are some of the
So the person who conducted has it for them. See this other man is not wearing nose mask.
You tell people the right thing to do, and you know to care always guide them. But it doesn't take away the fact that it's only assisted them in getting it's one thing for them to get it.
Yesterday, when yesterday, it's not what we went there and what we're told in our factory.
Yes.
For this particular place, this man should not have entered without his head covered, no matter who the person is. And then using hand and you're taking the picture. When we went to Calgary in India, we saw that they were using hand to carry the chocolate to put where it was wrapping it. Immediately, people from Lebanon came and shout. They say it's because when they are not, you are putting gloves to carry, it sticks on their hand. But the rule is that they go to wash hands from time to time, which is completely not acceptable. If you go to any food restaurant here, if they take hand to take it, they will. Today, you know, you are asking me for something to hold it. Why you not use your hand? Why are you asking? Yeah.
Sometimes it's not okay. How able to identify a problem and we cannot suggest a solution. You know, sometimes because I'm in the food line, the manufacturing sector, so I know if they tell me that when they use them to hold it, that chocolate and my soiling on the hand. I also have a issue with factory. For my back and two parts, they can only get blood from one hand. I'm seeing three manual packing. I don't have, there's no appropriate machine now. Package this really expensive because of the size. So they are doing it manually. And in that manual filling, we use plain hand on one hand can take it off. The one they use to pack cannot take it off. The reason is because it becomes oily, and when it becomes oily, it's difficult. So the temporary solution we have now is we have napkins. We have napkins that they put on their after they are done, they put on their lap, they take their hand after each one. That's so if that case after you suggest what is the alternative.
Okay, what they suggested to them was to keep the chocolate at a very low temperature so that it does not stick. Yes. First, you see, they have reduced the temperature, they have increased the temperature here now. Did you notice it? Because people are complaining. Ordinarily, what should have happened? The people inside here should have put on jackets. So for your own safety or for your own convenience, you do not drop the temperature or do not increase the temperature of the place so that you are comfortable and then the product gets suffer. There are people that work inside freezer. There are those working inside freezer.
Okay, let me go. So the essence of projecting this picture is to see that are certain lapses that is.
No, our focus, let me tell you what my focus is on. Identify a product. Let us discuss packaging development. What are you going to look at the branding? What kind of packaging material? That's what I want us to get.
The best thing for them to use is TV bags because they are commonly used for packaging material.
Why?
Cost effective and they provide a barrier against moisture, and then when you want to export, I think it's more convenient going down.
PET,
No, not PET, PE.
PE.
Only bags.
It's not something a bit
Did you listen on the subject of oxidation? I don't see you. Did you listen to subject of water vapor? You are not looking at that in consideration of what you are recommending. The barrier property of what you are recommending does not. Yes, what's going on? The product is oily and you are exposing it to light.
You can use oxygen or dollar. And we want to sell goods and extend the shelf life.
Okay, first, cashew is almost like granule. And in packaging, the first thing we look at spoilage factor. What indeed that will spoil cashew, or that will make it not good enough? Moisture, the humidity here is very, very high. So what is the right packaging material to be able to control moisture? Then we talk about light, and then go about oxygen. So you're looking at packaging material that have a very good OTR and a very good water vapor transmission rate. That is why we started because yes.
Sorry, that one. What is called depends on the form of it. Like this one, the thing is the panel, you understand? People, it's
when you say panel, this one has not been shared.
This one is but they also export the kernel from what that's what the panel is shared. That's one that has not been processed. So it depends on
the next picture and the next.
Are you aware that there is a bar on that one?
Okay, but I'm saying
at the moment, government is saying, sorry, we cannot allow you to export cashew that has not been processed.
Yes, make this one for final consumption. But all those things the cattle that have been packaged like in bags, like plastic, like plastic bags. Those ones were going to be those ones are being processed.
Those ones are the ones that they
so what I'm those trying to say is that I think it all depends on the form which is going to be, but that will be all. So now we are like for final consumption, like
see whatever form it has to be exported. The spoilage factor are the same. Yes. The fact is cashew has fats, and the tendency for the fat to oxidize is very high. And the tendency for it to take in water vapor, moisture is very high. So whether you are exporting it as semi or finished, you have to look at the spoilage factor, they are the same. Let's try to. In case you understand what we are talking about. Some of these things, you see, the first thing you have to understand packaging material. It is not a conversation we want to talk. That is there, packaging material. The moment you understand packaging material, you know their barrier property. Then you can then look at what are the spoiling factors for each of these products. Then you know what to use. I mean, it's like somebody who can wear a coat when the sun is shining. Correct? If rain is falling, you can wear a coat, but you cannot wear a coat because of sun. I see people carry umbrella these days and they still carry when rain is falling. But you understand what are you trying to protect? And then you use the right protection for it. Oh, yeah.
No.
One house, one house.
The material that I will advise you I will advise you to use a polytime layer and premium layer. I will find this in terms of the branding and labeling of the product, I will the SMEs has to consider the target.
One household, please.
The target of the market. That's in terms of the culture, the laws, and the consumer preference, and the column that has to put on the packaging material of which it will attract the consumer to buy the product.
No, it's like you're reading what you're told. You're not telling us the application. They are telling you what to consider. It's a general discussion. In your particular case, what will you have asked the person to consider? Like one person was talking, I would say they should use blue because women like blue. And people say, no, women do not like blue. So you're just saying, making general statement. From this general statement, apply it to the English. What
for like example, let us take like if they want to export their product to Saudi Arabia, they cannot in the labeling the SMEs when they have to put the labeling, they have to consider the culture of the people that are living there. For example, maybe when they put a picture of a lady that doesn't have a hijab or something like that. So when they export their product there, but in such a situation, the product will not be swallowed by the. So in terms of color, I heard that somebody said that because the woman like
is cashew if they are not targeted on women. If granite is not targeted at women, why do you want to brand it for women?
In terms of a smart packaging, I will advise them to use the QR code. So QR code is a technology that is being used to trace or track the product.
Okay, next question. In your opening, in your first paragraph or your first speech, would immediately tell you whether the person understands or does not understand. So try to make the first one very detailed so that we can then know how much. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Mr. Zan Chambali. I'm from the Trade Information Head Office. Actually, my take, what I intend to do when I do, just like earlier on, I told you that I want to preserve humanity, right? For now, we don't have a publication on. We don't bring them. So we are asking all what I've learned from introduction to packaging technology the definition, the main objectives, level of packaging, and have them into the occupation portfolio, where our SME exporters, when they come for inquiries, it be part of what they will take along, they will advise them. And from my own experience, what I observed that our SME exporters, when they come to our office, they fall into the food cosmetics products. So we'll break it down, we'll publish and advise them the right material to package their food items. Cosmetics are also advised them, and our colleagues are now are also joined hands and beg the kind of think tank committees so that they can come together and publish I hope we publish a very solid document that will help the organization also educate our SME exporters. So that's what I intend to do when I do that.
Thank you. Next question. But I need it properly written in the language that I can understand. Many people feel when you put out the letters, only one person. Only one person remaining. You are doing okay. You are not doing presentation. Don't feel.
Let's start now.
What is your language? You are not doing. Dinner, you are not doing.
It feels I'm relaxed.
No, they are not here.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bobo Gloria Chung from NEPC Headquarters Division. The product I want to talk about this evening is tomato. Looking at the wastage of tomatoes and the campaign on how to package tomatoes, especially in the north and in the north central where I stay and reside. So I want to talk about tomatoes. And I said here that tomato paste must be manufactured in accordance with the recommended national and international code of practice. The packaging material type selected to design a package normally determine market value as well as the quality of the tomatoes. Whether can, carton, bottle, or purchase, the packaging material for this packaging method are mostly composed of 3 layers of PET, BOPP, and polyethylene. Because of their low water permeability properties are higher than the others, are preferred plastic films for packaging liquid product. I also say that after designing it, it's made into film rolls and then be placed on the packaging machine for bagging. The production of these packaging bags consists of basic processes such as printing, compounding, curing, lighting, laminating, and bag making. When we went to the lab yesterday, the guy was trying to explain to us what is curing. But after producing this packaging and the label, you leave it for some hours, at times for 24 hours for it to cure, so that it will not, gum together, so that it will be, that it will not have any issue. Because if you start packing it immediately after production, that the tendency of it gumming together and thereby spoiling everything. Then, however, which materials to use depend on market demand and cost. Tomato paste can also be packaged into tin can to constitute the primary packaging, while the secondary packaging will be cartons to facilitate transportation and storage. So I believe that this training that I came for will help me to advise the exporters on the best packaging materials to use when packaging the tomato.
One thing I want to emphasize, general statement does not solve the problem. Take a particular product and either it's existing and then work on it. Yes, because it means there's somebody who has tomatoes already there, is it? Is there anybody packaging tomatoes?
Yeah, they should be.
It's a can be.
Many of them.
You are coming from that place. You should know what is there and what is not there.
In the zone, I'm the headquarters. Just
In your headquarters, there are no people that are involved in packaging.
like in my department, I work in market access. Is when they bring them like for exhibition, that's when we check all these things.
So you find one person from the one that 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 10 years ago that you have seen, and you pick that one as your case study, and you begin to work on it as, okay, I've seen this before, the person packaged the tomatoes, this is what he or she has done wrong, and this is what I think from my training we can add. And you start from the branding. You start looking at the market, because whether you're in department A or department B, it no longer matters when you come to this. I think somebody made that statement the other day. Whether you're in finance or you're in marketing or you're in supply chain, the moment you come for this course, you speak the same language, because you don't know which department that you will then go next. So take one product from that place you're coming from and look at the one that is good to improve on, or look at the one that is bad and say, this is what I have learned. Maybe the branding is not correct. Maybe it has color riots. Maybe the typeface and the text do not flow well. And from this, maybe the packaging material is not the right one. You understand? When you're saying tomatoes can be packaged in tin, you're making a general statement of what we already know. That is not what we are looking at. We're looking at a particular case. In your place, is it being packaged in tin? If it's being packaged in tin, then what is it that you think you can improve on it to make it better? If it's not being packaged in tin, is it packaged in sachets or pouch? Are you thinking of how to then do it as dry tomatoes powder? Have you seen dry tomatoes powder before?
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
Packages tomato in like in Hawkins, I think in Hawkins in apart from chocolate and all those places. But what I'm curious about is how is fresh tomato packaged? But I know maybe we don't live in Nigeria, but it is. So how do they package fresh tomato? I know they will put them in that, but how do they package fresh tomato?
There is an organization called GAIN, Global Alliance to Improve Nutrition. Have you heard of it before? It's in Abuja. They are part of United Nations or part of Rockefeller Foundation. They came and said, look, we have a project. The project was called LAN. So harvest lost whatever for improved nutrition. The case we took was tomato. They went around, did a survey, and they said, look, tomatoes are packaged in partial basket, very, very wrong. And we work on trying to use crates, plastic crates, like the ones I brought that day. Some people say, look, if you take plastic crate from Kano to Lagos, it becomes a problem to take it back. Then we now come from the normal, they call the RCP, returnable RCC or something. Then they now came and said, let us work on collapsible one. So that when it comes to Lagos, it is collapsed. Instead of doing it 10 trailers, it can go 1 trailer back. Government invested money, people today now have them, your rents. Okay. But people who does export have a way of putting it either in plastic crates or they have corrugated boxes that are one laminated or coated. and they ship them in refrigerated containers, reefers. But you see, some of these things also depend on which country you're taking them to, because in Europe, tomatoes is much cheaper than in Nigeria. Because we have not reached the level we are mass producing. Some people are still doing, the fact is that Nigeria doesn't have tomatoes, let me tell you the truth. The thing is imported from, not from Jos, it's from Cameroon. If you go to my 12, yes, they use J5, they call that boss. They bring them on the regular basis. Even Ogono, they bring them from across the border. We don't have. That's the truth, but we don't tell people. Any other person want to make this? Yes. If your thoughts, oh yeah, so that we can. The room that you want to travel, they can use my boss. Yeah. 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 So don't bring food inside here. Don't bring food inside here. The smell will bring the rat. This is what we tell people in the factory most times they don't get. The rats will then come and then start to look for the food and eat off the tables.
The quality and the quantity at which the tomato is being produced in most of the states within the northern region of the state. When you go to Katsina, you see it. They are planting it in the large quantity. When you go to Kano, when you go to Jigawa, part of KB, they are all producing it. And tomato is a major product in Kano State under one product initiative called the Nigeria Export Promotion Council. But I realize that the farmers are finding right from the program running from harvest into 400 you also climate change. There is also infrastructure. Let's say,
don't go to the side you're going to. Talk about the packaging material. Our concern is talking about packaging material. We're talking about branding. Take a photo.
Yes, that packaging is one of the things that attract customers to the product. And when you package your product perfectly, you have saved yourself a lot of energy.
What is the packaging material? Take a particular product.
And I learned that most of the tomatoes that is produced in Kano are being thrown out in a fresh nature, even though some companies and SMEs having value to it, but I will focus on the fresh because it's been transported. Almost tomato is being transported almost across all the states in the country, including some neighboring countries like Niger, Chad, and Cameroon. So the best packaging method that I would advise is use smart packaging. Under smart packaging, there is modified atmosphere packaging map, which helps to bring down the rate at which the tomato is ripening, because the tomato is due to its highly perishable nature. We find out that
when you say modify what are you going to then change in that atmosphere that makes it modified?
Some of the farmers don't even know it. So I will when I go back to them, I will tell them that there is a new method of packaging that will help you to reduce the spoilage nature of it. There's also because some of them are using traditional wooden press. So I would also advise them to be using plastic press instead of the traditional, the locally wooden press. Those plastic has an edge. That edge is so mostly is sharp, which is affecting the yes, that type of local plastic. But when you start using plastic press, I think it will go a long way to solving some of the antigen problems.
I think you can take a back on this. Each of these terminology, they need to define them because if you just throw something without explaining it.
Please,
Go ahead.
I have a question. Yesterday, according to parent teacher, she said she said that smart packaging is anything that extends the usability of packaging beyond the normal packaging, e.g. QR codes, product changes, and all. But here, if we say QR code is not that smart packaging, I don't know, but that is what. And even online too, I got that smart packaging permits transparency through instantaneous ability to track and trace the exact location of the product in the supply chain using barcode QR codes. So this one I read from her notes. She said smart QR codes are under smart packaging. So please, I don't want to be confused there. What exactly is the right thing? Because this is the note I read from and what I got online. So what is the right thing?
Wait, let me take you from what you have read. You have a packaging material, without plastic, without glass or paper. It now has information that it can now send to you. That process of sending that information to you will leave the package. If I use my phone to scan QR code with my phone and the contact of package, he explained to you there are sensors involved. The reason why they are crossed now, like smartphone, they are able to communicate with you. No, the code is not, the code will not tell you that the seed has spoiled. If you remember when she was showing you, she showed you color indicators.
Yeah, she used lights to explain that lights they have a color that those color indicators are actually
those are not QR codes.
I know, but she said QR codes are also under smart this thing. So what is QR code under now? That's what I want to know. They are just codes.
Yeah, codes. They are different from intelligent packaging. Intelligent packaging is just communication to the consumer about the efficacy of the products. That's what it is. Yeah, it's the data of technology.
Okay, so those are down that principle.
So if you want to define intelligent packaging and smart packaging, we're talking about that the product will communicate to you either by visual or by any other means that the product is no longer good for purpose.
You go to buy chicken in the supermarket and you see the packaging, say if this color here shows red, it means that it's bad. You do not need the machine. QR code and my it doesn't need to scan. The moment you see it, is that when you see those apples, it shows the indicator is red.
Are we using that in the smart intelligence?
That is what we refer to here. If you go to the top part, you see that they're already using for picking and fixing. Yeah, but a lot of you do not know. If you go, you see it also on baby food, they are started using it. They have it on baby food. When you put it, if you say a particular color, it's so that you do not use the beginning. The temperature. For the purpose of learning, this class has not ended. On that platform, if you have any doubts in your mind, all the people who have been here, like what she's saying now, you can go back again and repeat what you have written down and ask the question. Or if you really know what so we can learn how in healthy debate.
Okay, so
In a professional manner.
I'll do that. Sorry, it's not anything that is in that, but it's not all because of against appropriate platform. Because we are doing something about the material.
Which one is making the lesson?
Don't be one was practical. The one they are practical. You know, we want that apart from the
You see, when you come in a debate like this, don't assume, tell us what you think is missing, then we'll tell you whether it's there or not there. What do you think is missing?
Let us speak in terms of so that about selection.
In fact, we have not been from my life, all in 4 hours, are doing the man from NAFDAC. The lady who thought the happy design, he gave you, initially she gave the PDF, I realized that the PDF was not going to give me. Oh, to then we get, we get. I think we understand there are some of them connected up with not sharing. Has not ended. When we go back to that place, if you have any doubts in your mind, you have to search. If you read a good block and you don't know how to cross it, you ask the question. Anywhere you are carrying on the internet, you have the question. People that are going down, if you help us carry it one by one. Take another one. This yes, no, it's like give me one. That means that they are already three on the road. And look, one baby girl, how much you pay? It's $1,000, $1,000.
Dollar is nice, so I don't have $100,000.
It depends if the discount.
Everybody are thinking about it.
Go to Einstein. See, now, calculation. I'm coming. Now, the last day or something.